I welcome you, Minister for Lands, Planning and Environment and Minister for Water Resources to today's hearings and invite you to introduce the officials accompanying you today.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm here today to talk about the important work the Department of Lands, Planning and Environment and inform you of some of the very important activities the Department has undertaken over the past year of support. I'm joined by Joanne Townsend, Chief Executive of the Department, Ms Leah Clifford, Deputy Chief Executive, Ms Desiree, Chief Financial Officer and members of the Executive Leadership Team.
Thank you, Minister. I'll invite you to make a brief opening statement of no more than 20 minutes. I will then call for questions relating to the statement. The committee will then consider any whole-of-government budget and fiscal strategy-related questions before moving to output-specific questions. At that time, I will invite the Shadow Minister to ask their questions first, followed by committee members. Finally, other participating members may ask their questions. The committee has agreed that other members may join in on a line of questioning pursued by the Shadow Minister, rather than waiting to the end of the Shadow's questioning of the output. Minister, I invite you to make an opening statement of no more than 20 minutes regarding the Department of Lands, Planning and Environment. If you reach 15 minutes, I'll give you a 5-minute warning. That sounds like that, at the 15-minute mark. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Department of Lands, Planning and Environment plays a critical role in supporting this government's priority to rebuild the Territory economy and ensure that the Territory is positioned as the best place to do business. This is through ensuring that the regulatory frameworks in place support fast and streamlined approval processes. The Department has undertaken a significant level of reform across all its regulatory responsibilities and has been tasked with implementing 31 of the 70 recommendations of the Approval Fast Track Task Force saying yes to business final report. As at today, 22 of the recommendations have been completed, with a further 8 to be completed over the next month and one which was a Tranche 2 recommendation to be completed by June next year. Some of the key reforms undertaken by the Department over the past 12 months include improvements to the planning system to speed up approval timeframes, such as simplifying regulatory processes and removing unnecessary public notification and consultation for low-risk activities, exempting some planning and subdivision activities from disproportionate regulatory processes, increasing the use of delegations, allowing more flexibility in how regulations are applied, especially in relation to housing supply, reduced approval requirements for low-risk developments, including for residential, commercial, industrial and community uses. We've also undertaken a review of existing planning requirements to identify opportunities to enable infill development in low-density zones. In the building space, we've increased the term of registration for building practitioners from 2 to 4 years, reduced regulatory barriers for change of use developments to help facilitate repurposing existing buildings for developments such as student accommodation, increased oversight of the Fidelity Fund, NT, and increased the minimum construction value triggering a Fidelity Fund certificate from $12,000 to $25,000. Recently, I made the decision to defer adoption of the National Construction Code, otherwise known as NCC 2025 in the Northern Territory. Instead, the NT continues to apply the NCC 2022, including existing variations for energy efficiency requirements. I made this decision after listening to concerns that builders are already facing challenges in their industry, such as rising fuel, tight project margins and supply chain disruptions. Whilst the minimum standard in the NT is the NCC 2022, landowners and developers can apply the provisions of the NCC 2025 for their building projects where they want to. Under the Water Act 1992, efficiencies have been delivered through streamlined water renewal processes, improved water trading provisions to provide greater flexibility and modernising public consultation practices. We've reduced the minimum extraction requirement under the recovery of unused water entitlement policy from 90% to 70%, simplified the water licensing regime into 2 tiers from 3, and reviewed the guidance and the application processes. In October 2025, we revised risk criteria and standard conditions for mining exploration activities and extractive operations took effect. The amendments address feedback received on the operation of the risk criteria and standard conditions within the environmental mining licensing scheme. The Department's onshore gas unit has been progressing a new environmental code of practice to replace the current code of practice for onshore petroleum activities in the NT, which will be supported by new regulations. This will remove duplication, improve clarity and create administrative efficiencies and deliver an outcome-focused risk framework that is fit for purpose as the onshore gas industry moves into production phase. More recently, amendments to the Heritage Act were made to improve clarity, procedural fairness, governance arrangements and confidence in the Northern Territory's heritage system. Together, these reforms ensure that the Territory is the most attractive place to do business. The Department has delivered a number of significant projects throughout the year. Of note is the finalisation of the Farrer West land release. On the 19th of December 2025, the Northern Territory Government entered into the Farrer West Development Agreement with the Larrakia Development Corporation, completing a key element of the Kemby Land Claim into Tidal Zone Compensation Package. The corporation is proposing to develop the land for residential purposes, comprising 222 single-dwelling lots, 5 commercial lots, 6 group housing lots, and 1 community purpose lot, with development planned to be delivered in stages over around 8 years. Including the Larrakia Development Corporation Development Agreement, Crown Land Estate is currently managing 12 development agreements with developers for the subdivision release of residential and industrial land across the Territory. These include residential developments for Zicoli Stages 2, 3 and 4 and 5, Northcrest, Bayview, Muirhead, Holtz, recently named Ash, Farrer West, Kilgariff Stage 2 and Catherine East. Industrial developments in Humpty Doo and in Berrima. Significant work has been progressed on the development of the St Mary site in Alice Springs to address housing supply and deliver social housing in the region. This includes site survey of sacred trees and preliminary environmental site investigations, as well as undertaking an assessment under the Heritage Act, resulting in a permanent declaration of part of the St Mary site in May this year. This enables the delivery of social and affordable housing while ensuring the site's significant heritage values are recognised and protected. The Department will continue to work with the Department of Logistics and Infrastructure, Housing, Local Government and Community Development, and Children and Families on delivering the St Mary's project. The NT is well placed to meet the demand for residential land now and into the future, with sufficient development-ready land in the hands of developers to respond to market conditions and to maintain a continued supply of titled lots. Northern Territory Government continues to invest in enabling infrastructure, including $72 million through the Land Development Program to support Crown land releases and unlock development across the Territory. Total land in the hands of developers in the Northern Territory has the potential to deliver over 4,000 lots. As at the 31st of March 2026, there were 305 titled lots ready for the construction of new homes and a further 300 untitled lots that are selling off to plan. The Department is firmly focused on keeping pace with demand and ensuring it supports the Territory's growth agenda. We are committed to continuing this momentum, ensuring that more Territorians can access land sooner, build homes faster, and contribute to a stronger, growing Territory economy. This is already being demonstrated in performance, with a record number of 133 titles issued in a single day in March, highlighting the system's capacity to respond at scale. But it is recognised that we need to do more than work faster. The Department, recognising the likely increased demand for titling, has been working closely with industry to identify barriers and streamline the pathway to bringing service land to market, and in particular, titling. With respect to industrial land availability, the Greater Darwin area has a significant supply of industrial land across Crown land developments, private developments, as well as through the Land Development Corporation, with lots currently available for purchase or lease. New industrial land supply in Catherine, Tennant Creek and Alice Springs is currently limited, with the Department actively planning future releases to support regional growth and long-term demand. In Budget 2026-27, the Department secured funding for $4 million over the next 2 years to progress new industrial and residential land supply in Alice Springs and Tennant Creek, and continues to work with the Department of Logistics and Infrastructure to support funding for the Catherine Logistics and Agribusiness Hub, otherwise known as the CLAR, through the $440 million Commonwealth Regional Logistics Hubs program. After the controversy of the construction of Crowley Australia fuel tanks at East Arm without a building permit under the former Labor government, in September 2025 I provided an exemption under the Building Act for the structure of the tanks. This exemption was supported following the provision of a compliance statement signed by a registered structural engineer that the tanks have been designed and constructed in accordance with the NCC and relevant Australian standards. These tanks have been built to withstand Category 4 cyclones, which meets the standards set by the NCC. The building exemption determines that occupancy certificate is not required for building works on the site, which effectively resolves the matter of the building permit for the construction. Once again, a historical issue that we've had to fix. The project is also subject to regulation under an environmental approval under the Environment Protection Act 2019 and approvals under the Work Health and Safety legislation for operation of a major hazard facility. To date, 7 of the 11 tanks have been filled. Earlier this year, I approved the first ever statutory weed management plan for bufflegrass, which came into effect on the 1st of May 2026. The plan's focus is on managing buffle in areas of high cultural and biodiversity significance and protecting our priority assets from its impacts, including our national parks and reserves and Indigenous protected areas. It focuses on reducing further spread of bufflegrass and managing its impacts on significant cultural and environmental values through meaningful actions whilst allowing for the continued use of bufflegrass by the pastoral industry. Gamba grass remains a highly invasive species that creates high fuel loads and poses a significant risk to top-end communities. The government continues to invest in community-based programs, partnerships with local government and research to support long-term landscape-scale control options. Of particular note is the Gamba Action Program supporting landholders to manage gamba grass during the control season. This is classed as December to May. By providing technical advice, free herbicide and spray equipment, loans in the Darwin and Katherine regions, with 3,160 people participating in the program this year. The Gamba Litchfield Neighbours Project is implementing a coordinated gamba grass management program in the Kumali region, complementing management activities occurring within Litchfield National Park. Government is committing $150,000 per annum for 3 years to this project. Support is also being provided for CSIRO research into biological control agents for gamba grass aimed at developing effective landscape-scale biocontrol solutions. Last year in estimates, I committed to developing a climate resilience plan, which I am pleased to announce is being released, I believe, in the next couple of weeks. The plan sets out the NT government's priorities and actions that it will take to promote the Territory's role in the energy transition, reduce greenhouse gas emissions and strengthen community resilience. The 5 key priorities are delivering a secure and reliable energy, transition for the Territory and Australia. And I just want to confirm for the committee, the Climate Resilience Plan has been released as of today. It focuses on delivering a secure and reliable energy transition for the Territory and Australia, supporting new and existing investment in emissions reduction, and promoting emissions abatement and offset opportunities, managing climate risks to Territory infrastructure and services, and building capacity for climate resilience across the Territory. It outlines actions government agencies will take to manage emissions, address key climate-related risks, and build climate adaptation-related capacity. The plan ensures a pragmatic and coherent approach that aligns with the Territory's development perspective and unique emissions profile. The Northern Territory has and will continue to experience the impacts of changing climate. We need to build community and industry resilience by addressing key risks to infrastructure and essential services, undertaking long-term planning and supporting the community to prepare for and respond to climate change. Building resilience and undertaking targeted climate adaptation are essential for growing the economy and maintaining the Territory lifestyle. The NT Government is focused on rebuilding the economy and restoring the Territory lifestyle while working with the Australian Government on the national target of net zero by 2050. This plan presents a practical and proportionate response to climate change that reflects the Northern Territory circumstances. On the 3rd of October 2025, the NT Government passed legislation to expand and simplify the Container Deposit Scheme, otherwise known as the CDS, to include more beverage containers from 1st of July 2026. From next month, Territorians will be able to return a broader range of containers, including plain milk containers, wine and spirit bottles, and this will help to increase container redemptions and recycling, particularly in regional and remote areas, and drive the transition to a circular economy. Collection options continue to increase in 25-26 with the commencement of a mobile depot on Tiwi Islands and depots on Groot Island. The container deposit scheme continues to be a highly successful program, with the redemption rate for 24-25 at 89%, up from 83% the previous year. And a project very dear to my heart, Madam Chair, is Operation Don't Be a Dumper, which is running in Alice Springs and has been highly successful with its focus on behaviour change for improved environmental outcomes. This year, the program's targeted its efforts on the prevention and deterrence of illegal dumping via the implementation of a covert camera surveillance campaign, which resulted in 35 cases of illegal dumping detected. These were addressed through various regulatory responses, ranging from education letters, directions and penalty infringement notices being issued, with 9 cases still under investigation. And it's really important that we were out in the ground recently with the department cleaning up an area as well that had been unfortunately illegally dumped, but we continue to work in this space. Having undertaken the reforms to cut red tape and improve approval timeframes, the department has got on with doing business. For the 9 months to March 2026, the planning team processed around 460 applications under the Planning Act 1999 and is on track to process over 600 applications for the year, around 15% up on last year. As of 31st of March 2026, a total of 6,272 building approvals have been issued, which is a 17% increase on the same time last year. This includes issuing of building and occupancy and plumbing only permits. The mining division granted 38 new licences and a further 10 variations were under the new mining regime, with 92% completed within statutory timeframes. The division also completed 50 inspections across 43 mining sites. Over the same time, Water Resources Division processed 84 water extraction licences and 90 licence inspections have been undertaken, with the division on track to meet its target of 128 for the year. The NT EPA considered 6 new referrals for environmental assessment, including development proposals for various industries, including agriculture, oil and gas, renewable energy, utilities and services, mining and marine dredging, taking the number of projects under various stages of assessment by the environmental assessment team to 16. Over the 9 months reporting period, the environmental regulation team has responded to 510 pollution reports received, the most common of those being noise. Illegal dumping made up 15% and water 13%. The government's release of Crown Land Policy provides for eligible community groups, including sporting, cultural and religious groups, to apply for a lease over Crown land at nil or reduced costs, and we continue to work with those groups to ensure that we are progressing all that work. The Department's Flora and Fauna Division has undertaken a range of activities throughout the year, supporting the Territory's unique biodiversity. The division is currently undertaking a review of the classification of wildlife to update the conservation status of the NT's plant and animal species. The Flora and Fauna Division also led a Commonwealth-funded $4.2 million McDonnell Ranges Priority Placement Project during 24-25 and 25-26, which is delivering improvements in habitat condition for a range of threatened species through feral cat and herbivore control, strategic fire management and targeted buffel grass removal. It's also undertaking research and development for new detection methods and improved surveillance monitoring for crocodiles, in collaboration with the Department of Tourism and Hospitality to support the government's Restoring the Territory Lifestyle commitment. I know I'm running out of time, Madam Chair. We've also dealt with feral camels over the previous year. The National Water Grid Fund, we're continuing to secure funding for projects. In the past, $38.4 million, which includes funding to upgrade water networks in Gallowinko and Gove. And the NT government has been highly successful over the past in that National Water Grid funding, but I can talk a little bit more about that later on, I'm sure.
You have about 30 seconds, Minister.
Thank you very much. I think to finalise, Madam Chair, I'm very proud of the work the department has done in delivering on the government's commitment in ensuring the Territory is the best place to do business, and acknowledge the role the department plays in rebuilding the Territory economy. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the department for its work over the past year and look forward to working with you further. I welcome the opportunity to discuss these highlights in more detail with the Estimates Hearing Committee today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. I just wanted to issue a quick reminder to all of our committee members today that we be respectful during our line of questioning, make sure that we direct all questions through the chair to the minister, allow the minister time to respond, don't jump in, don't intervene, and be respectful. So are there any questions relating to the opening statement? Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, there is just $2 million of new funding in the budget to support new industrial and residential land releases in Alice Springs and Tennant Creek. Can you say where this land will be released, and will affordable housing options be part of that?
Thank you very much, Member for Nightcliff. As part of the $2 million announced, there will be further land studies, especially around that industrial land in Alice Springs. The biggest issue that we've seen over a long period of time is the suitability of land. So whenever you put down an industrial complex, you want to make sure that anything that could leach from that industrial complex, such as oils or other particulates, don't end up, I guess, in the underground water that we rely on in Central Australia. So there's been a lot of land studies that have been done over a long period of time. There's a number of different sites that have been identified. I don't really want to go into, I guess, the particulars. I can if I want. There you go. Thank you very much, Chief Executive. In regards to Tennant Creek, there are 12 existing Crown Land residential lots, which is including Pico Road. So this is already an industrial area that's being developed, and we're actually looking at expanding that. The next stage of Pico Road is subject to an ILUA. So a lot of the time when we're working with Lands and Planning and Environment Department, we're also working with local traditional owners to be able to make sure that there are land agreements in place to be able to unlock that land. A lot of that is around extinguishing native title. And the two undeveloped Crown Land lots with native title extinguished are 50 lots at McDonald Road. Irvine Street could support more release as well. And I think, is there anything further to that question, Member for Nightcliff, that I haven't touched on?
Just to clarify, Minister, so it's all industrial land, not residential?
Yeah, so in Tennant Creek, we're looking at how we can unlock residential land as well. So there's currently a subdivision Tennant Creek called Chittock. I always pronounce that wrong when I say it. You have to be careful, Member for Nightcliff. Chittock Crescent. Half of that has been developed and the other half is still subject to a native title agreement. So there's another block of land nearby that we're looking at how it does not have native title restraints, and we're looking at how we can enable that for residential development, acknowledging that there's a large mine about to get underway in Tennant Creek and there is demand for residential land in that area.
Indeed, and as you would know, in Alice Springs, demand for housing is extreme as well. So it's just industrial land for Alice Springs and a small residential development for Tennant Creek.
So in Alice Springs, the Kilgariff estate will continue to be developed, and that has a provision for many more lots into the future. So more recently, I can't remember whether it's 2B or Stage 3 that's actually been just completed, and the titled lots titled. I believe that was another 36 lots. So we continue to supply residential land to the market whilst always having one eye on the future as to the need for additional land.
So, Minister, with that $2 million of new funding, can you tell us how many additional houses will be released as part of that?
Yeah. In regards to exact amounts, what we are looking to do is to ensure that any land that needs to be made accessible, whether it be through native title discussions, whether it be through land surveys as to the suitability of land, can occur, and then actually progress to developing that land, whether it be for residential or industrial. So no, I can't say exactly how many houses are going to be built on each individual block, because it will all depend on the size of the lots, what's deemed to be most fit for purpose and what the market is demanding at the time. But we are looking to ensure that we continue the supply of land into the future, as well as industrial land, which is so important in those regional areas where it has been lacking for quite a number of years.
Thanks, Minister. Do you believe that this level of investment is adequate at $2 million, considering the scale of the housing need that we currently have?
I think there's two different things here that we're discussing. So the requirement of additional land for housing is absolutely always something that's really important. In Tennant Creek, we acknowledge that, and we're now looking at additional options as well as the existing developments, some of which obviously have native title already over them. So we know that there is an area of land in Tennant Creek that we can continue to develop once that native title is resolved. We appreciate sometimes it takes longer than what we'd like to resolve those issues around extinguishing native title. In the meantime, what our government has done is, and what I've done through the department, is to ensure that there is a block of land that is non-restricted as far as native title is concerned that can be developed. And we're looking at the land options for that right now, which is exciting because I can't remember the last time Tennant Creek would have had 20, 30 lots available to be developed. And that's sort of what we're looking at with one of those blocks in Tennant Creek. In regards to Alice Springs, you've got a huge area of land out at the Kilgariff estate that can continue to be developed over stages as land is required, and we always have that one eye to the future. Catherine's the same with Catherine East, and then in Darwin we have a myriad of subdivisions that are either being supported by government or are private, which continue to see land developed for residential. So absolutely, it's so important that the land isn't just available, but we support people to build those homes. And through our first home grants, we're really seeing strong uptake, especially up in Darwin. We're trying other things to ensure that there's further uptake in some of those regions where the uptake's been slow.
Thanks, Minister. In terms of the development for Tennant Creek, I understand the native title process can take time and can be unpredictable, but what's your expected or aspirational timeline for getting those lots to market?
So once again, Chittock Street is the street where the second stage is restricted through unresolved native title. The other block that we're looking at developing in Tennant Creek is unrestricted by native title, and that will purely be, I'd like to see it happen in the next 18 months, but it will all be about how quickly we can get the services into the block, because it's an unserviced block of land, and this is what really takes the time, servicing the lots and then starting to actually work on a plan for that area to be developed. So it's not just as simple as clicking our fingers. There will need to be work that's done, but we're looking at what we can do, acknowledging the need for residential land, especially in Tennant Creek where there's limited amount of supply. I do want to note, I believe there's six vacant lots currently in Tennant Creek, which the department does modelling on how many years that 6 lots will enable. What I always say to the department is, if we had someone come in tomorrow, a mine or a large investor wanting to buy up all those lots, I want to have more ready to go. I'd rather have vacant land sitting there ready to go than someone coming to town and not being able to develop as many houses as what they'd like.
Thanks, Minister. That was actually just where I was going to go next in terms of modelling land release. Can you tell us about any modelling that you've done around the number of housing lots required for key workers in Alice Springs, Catherine, Tennant Creek and Darwin, given the number of new major projects coming online with onshore gas, Sun Cable, Newmont, Arafura Rare Earths and the like? Can you talk to that, please?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Member for Nightcliff. So in Tennant Creek, as I said, I believe there were around 6 lots that were available. At the uptake of about three a year, they deem that to be
2 years worth.
2 years worth, and I'll just check those numbers I've provided. Does it have it for Tennant there, or just more generally? There we go. There we go. I'm glad I remembered that. Tennant Creek has 6 low-density residential lots available for sale. The current land supply supports 3 years of growth under the baseline scenario. So obviously there's different baselines of scenario. I've used 3 as an example, which is probably more that medium uptake, but we're always wanting to see additional land brought to market. The 36 residential lots, which have been titled in Alice Springs. So there's currently 65 titled lots available in Kilgariff, and that's been delivered by the Land Development Corporation. I do want to stress that I believe a number of those have been taken up, but there's 36 residential lots which have been titled now, which are all vacant, all ready to be taken up. The current land supply in Alice Springs supports over 5 years of growth under the baseline scenario and just 2 years under the high growth scenario. So again, this is what the department does. They model different growth scenarios, how long the land that we're bringing to market will last for. And as someone that in a former life was an electrician, quite literally building those homes, I want to see a higher growth scenario, which is why when it takes a couple of years to bring land to market, we always need to have an eye on the future, which is why our government's investing that additional funding and looking at further developments and stages across the territory.
And for Darwin, Minister?
The Greater Darwin area. At the end of March 2026, Greater Darwin had 181 title residential lots on the market, with 137 under contract. In addition, approximately 300 untitled residential lots were available off the plan for sale. I know this to be true, especially out at Holtz, the more recent suburb of Ash, where people are buying those lots off the plan before they've actually been developed and titled. So, again, it's really good to see people taking that up. In the 25 to 26, 298 urban lots have been titled. So there is land with the potential for more than 3,900 lots in the hands of developers, which is 13.5 years of supply at baseline growth, with an average of 292 single dwelling lots per year. So you could support just under 5 years of land supply at peak production in a high growth scenario. That's an average of 835 single dwelling lots per year. So it gives you a bit of an idea about the modelling that the department's done and how we're working to ensure that we're always keeping up with that demand.
So, Minister, if a new project rocked up in Tennant Creek tomorrow, that would obviously be wiped out, the available land there. But even just with our current population, with the massive issues we've got around rental affordability and housing affordability, how do those scenarios play into the fact that we're already a long way behind in terms of access for affordable housing?
I think what those numbers show is that the land is there and it's available. What we need to be able to support people to do is to build those new homes. Land availability is one issue as it relates to housing prices and obviously availability of rentals, but we really need to ensure that those homes are being built. And I can't stress enough, when we look at the figures over the period of time as it relates to actual homes being given approval for new homes, our government continues to deliver better results year on year than previously, and that's something that we're really proud of. So the $50,000 first home building grant is there. It's encouraging more people to build more housing, which is then freeing up older stock for other people to either get into the market or for people to be able to rent out. So we need to increase the supply of housing across the territory. Land release is a part of that, and actually getting people to build those homes is another part.
Thank you, Minister. I completely agree in terms of having the land availability, but in terms of the grants, I think the Treasurer said there was only one homegrown grant awarded for Alice Springs. What other strategies or levers are you going to pull if that's not working and the land release is under control, as you're suggesting?
So in regards to Alice Springs specifically, because you sort of mentioned the one new home that had been delivered, there's been a decision made by Land Development Corporation, which when they come on later they can speak to, but it's something that you've raised, where they actually are working with builders in Alice Springs to deliver new homes. One of the biggest things that builders always raise as an issue is that when you have one house that you're building, you're obviously making 10, 15, maybe 20% on that one house. There's a lot of backwards and forwards with customers relating to obviously the build of that house. And unfortunately, as humans tend to do, they occasionally change their mind about tiles or other things. And that's been a big issue for builders, essentially making sure that they can keep their profit margins building one house at a time. What Land Development Corporation has sought to do is to actually engage with builders directly, build a number of homes which will then be able to be sold under the first home building scheme because they're new homes, and that will really start to kickstart that property market in that area. There's also a lot of options that we can look to up here in the top end in Darwin, and that infill development is something that groups have raised with us, that it's one way that we can increase the amount of availability of homes utilising existing land. So I'm sure you're very much aware in your beautiful leafy green suburb of Nightcliff, some people have chosen to retain those very large blocks. If there's the availability for some people to choose to build another home on those large 1,500 square metre blocks, it means more people get to enjoy that beautiful area up here in Darwin, whilst also unlocking further development, because a lot of people do like to live in those northern suburbs, and it's about managing, I guess, the increase in development and that urban infill, whilst also ensuring that the areas retain the very reason why people love to live in them.
So, Minister, can you talk a bit about what work you're doing with developers in terms of the community housing sector around specific land releases for affordable housing?
Thank you very much. And this is something I'm very proud of. In Alice Springs at St Mary's, this was a lot that was essentially earmarked. The previous government bought it. I'm not sure what the plan was. It was used as a movie set for a period of time. Since coming into government, I've really made it a focus to unlock further development for social and affordable housing. You're absolutely right. That end of the market is something that sometimes gets forgotten, but definitely needs to be worked on. So now, through a range of different funds, whether that be working with the federal government as well as looking to HAF funding, we've now essentially worked with, and it's been a huge process. St Mary's site, for those that aren't aware, is a site where a lot of people that were involved in the stolen generation were housed. So it has a lot of historical significance for a lot of people. And I want to commend the department and the work that they've done to work with those members. There's actually just recently been a heritage declaration over a portion of that site to acknowledge the significant area that St Mary's proposes, whilst also enabling social and affordable housing. So at the moment, I don't like to raise this figure too often, but there would be close to $26 million available through federal and Northern Territory governments to develop the St Mary's site. We're working with community housing providers about how that funding can best be spent. And I know you're going to ask how many homes that's going to unlock. Initially, we were looking at around 100 homes, but actually working with community housing providers, they've actually asked government if they could reduce that amount, because they really want to ensure that as we continue to develop these areas for social and affordable housing, that we don't over-supply or build too restrictively in that area, because there are a number of sacred trees, there's a number of significant areas, as I've spoken about, and there's now a heritage site on that area. So for me, it's about ensuring that we can get a lot of vulnerable women and children into homes, because that's also been a missing piece in Alice Springs for a very long time. Those who require affordable and social housing, and speaking to those community housing providers, they're also looking at what options are available for younger people as well, because that's a missing piece. So about 40 to 60 homes is what they have said they're looking to build there. And we're still going through a process as to who, at the end of the day, will be chosen to develop that site. But what's really exciting is that we're about to start the preparatory works, the enabling infrastructure, which is my favourite word as a Lands Planning Environment Minister, which really then, a lot of it never gets seen. It's the electrical, sewerage and water that enables the site to really start to be developed.
So, Minister, that's one particular site for St Mary's. Can you point to any other land releases that are targeted for affordable housing?
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you very much. And my Chief Executive has rightly informed me, as I spoke about the Farrer West development, which is going to have an additional, I believe it was 6 lots, even the development of Holtz, they all have project development agreements. This is because they were originally Crown land, which actually stipulates they must deliver a certain number of social and affordable housing. So I believe it's a percentage, and it does vary from area to area.
Generally around roughly, Minister?
It is a negotiation between the developer and obviously the Northern Territory government. What it unlocks is that with each development that's occurring through the development of Crown land, there is additional social and affordable housing that's being delivered. And the way in which that occurs is obviously up for consultation with the developer. So that's happened especially up here in Darwin with a number of the developments. Holtz is one, Farrer West is another. I'm trying to think of any others off the top of my head. Those are the two main ones. Yeah. So whenever those developments are being developed, there will be a portion that is set aside for social and affordable housing.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, what conversations have you had with the Minister for Housing Construction, Minister for Housing, or the Minister for Population and Workforce Development about future housing needs?
Lots. I think the Minister for Housing has been integral in the development of St Mary's. We wouldn't be able to, as the Department of Lands Planning and Environment, we're ensuring the land is ready to be developed, and then the Department of Housing will ensure that into the future that is managed appropriately once those houses are built and handed to a community housing provider. So it's been really integral. There have even been conversations with children and families about the number of, I always like to focus on women and children because we know that there is a lot of domestic violence, unfortunately, across the Northern Territory, and what we can do to ensure that there are safe places for those women and children. So it's about ensuring that the community housing provider, we get into that space, and I've been making a bit of my work to get out and see some of these existing properties across the Northern Territory and how they operate to see how we can then support future developments in a similar way. They won't always look identical, especially with that HAF funding, the federal government funding. It has to tick quite a number of specific boxes, but we're working with community housing providers as to how we can get the best bang for buck so that there's social affordable housing as well as really catering to some of those specific user groups that sometimes get overlooked.
And particularly in this respect, Minister, sort of looking at future housing needs, particularly around the major projects, how are we going to avoid a scenario where we have large fly-in, fly-out worker camps or people not being based in the Territory, not being able to retain that growth? How are we going to avoid that?
This was a conversation that I had just the other day with the CEO of Arafura Resources when we met on site to sign that historic agreement. So after final investment decision has been made, obviously there's a lot of excitement about Arafura Resources specifically, and that's one of those big projects that is going to be developed over the next couple of years. In regards to that development, they're very keen, and I guess this is very early on, but they want to base as much of their local staff as they can in Alice Springs. There will always, with many of these developments, especially in the build phase, be a fly-in, fly-out portion. But I know that there have been conversations already had between Land Development Corporation and Arafura Resources about the availability of land and what they can seek to do to ensure that there are homes built for possibly staff that they will have living in Alice Springs and then working up at their project.
Chair, happy to go to the crossbench before my next topic.
Any other questions on the opening statement? Member for Johnston?
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, what do you understand to be the major driver of climate change?
Thank you very much, Member for Johnson. One of the major drivers of climate change is obviously fossil fuel production through industrialisation, through humans. So often when we talk about this subject, we talk about human-induced climate change. So the emitting of emissions and obviously wanting to ensure that we are reducing that over the longer term to bring about some of those changes and reduce their impacts on our environment.
Thank you, Minister. So what are the NT's emissions in the reporting period?
You've got all the emissions data for me. Thank you. Thank you very much, Member for Johnson. We are working on the emissions. So the Northern Territory as the whole of Australia represents about 6% of Australia's emissions. And I'm just trying to pull up what that represents. Thank you very much. The NT's greenhouse gas emissions are 27.7 million tonnes of carbon dioxide, equivalent, which is 6% of Australians' emissions, as I said before. Reporting on those emissions comes from the Australian Government Greenhouse Gas Emissions Inventory Annual Report. And the last report, I believe, if I can read this handwriting correct, was on 2024.
Thank you. And obviously the Northern Territory is a small place. Can you tell me what our emissions are proportionally, as in if we were, I'm trying to think of the right language to use here, as in not the overall figure, but what it would be proportionally in the NT compared to the rest of Australia?
Yeah, so it's important when we speak about this. So we are 6% of Australia's emissions, and the information that's been provided to me is a large proportion of our emissions here in the Northern Territory are land-based. So we see that through fire, we see that through... So 45%, thank you very much, Chief Executive, of those emissions are through land use, mostly fire. So it's why the, what's the scheme that they use over in...
Sorry, Minister, I think I wasn't clear in my question. I mean, what are our emissions per capita?
Okay. You should be able to, you don't have those? That's all right. Do we have the breakdown per capita? No. So I'm being advised that we don't have the breakdown per capita, Member for Johnston, but I can take that on notice if you'd like.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Johnston, could you please restate the question for the record?
What are the NT emissions in the reporting period per capita?
Minister, do you accept the question?
I accept.
The question asked of the member for Johnston of the minister has been allocated the number 6.1, sorry. I know the member for Fong Lim has a follow-up question. Is that okay?
Sure. Can I come back after that? Thank you.
Member for Fong Lim.
Thank you very much, Minister, for your neat summary of anthropogenic climate change. Could you articulate for us a bit more about the climate resilience plan that's been announced today?
Certainly, Member for Fong Lim. The... In regards to the climate resilience plan that was delivered today, it's an important bit of work that comes last year at estimates. A lot of conversation was had about the first pass climate risk assessment. What that essentially goes to is the government having a look at all the things in which we conduct across the Northern Territory and how we can ensure that we are making our Northern Territory more resilient to those climate change. We've seen, obviously, over the summer period, with large rainfall events right across the Territory, whether it be in the top end or down in Alice Springs, it impacts on communities differently. And essentially that climate resilience plan is acknowledging that we need to build back stronger, and also acknowledging the Territory is really strategically placed here. And this is something that often doesn't get spoken about. When we look at some of those large emitters in the Northern Territory, we can actually assist those large emitters to reduce their emissions overall through availability of land, which the Northern Territory has, and also ensuring that we have the right regulations in place. And carbon capture and storage is one example of that, where I believe it was the mining minister just this last year has had to change legislation so that you can actually pass essentially carbon through a pipeline in such a manner. So the Northern Territory Government is an enabler here. We're doing what we can to assist large emitters to reduce their overall emissions profile. There's things like solar farms, there's things like carbon capture and storage. There's even sun cable, which I love to talk about. It's one of those large projects that I've probably met with more than any other large project in the Northern Territory, to really see what we can do as a government to assist them to get to where they need to be so they can start delivering that clean, green energy, which will then drive down our emissions profile right across the NT.
Minister, thank you. That's very helpful and encouraging. Are you able to provide some more specific definition around the key strategic priorities that might underpin that plan?
Chair, this is all in the media release.
Is it? I'm not across it, so.
Just Google it.
I think I agree. We'll stick to the follow-up questions in relation to climate change. Member for Johnston, we'll come back to you.
Thank you. I am also very interested in the new announcement. I have some specific questions on that. But just to continue with my line of questioning. So, Minister, your department's website still commits, and I think I may have heard you say today, still commits the government to net zero emissions by 2050. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we know that you have now scrapped the interim renewable energy target of 50% by 2030 and are explicitly pivoting to gas as a primary energy source. Can you explain how what your plan is for us to get to net zero by 2050 with no visible interim targets, no renewable trajectory and a deliberate expansion of gas generation?
Thank you very much, Member for Johnston. It's really important for the committee to understand in the Northern Territory we are going to be increasing our emissions over the shorter term before we start to reduce. And that is because the Northern Territory is so underdeveloped. We are still an emerging economy throughout Australia. Now, when I talk about essentially unlocking the Beetaloo and assisting other jurisdictions across Australia reduce their emissions, it's so important to understand what makes up those emissions. So right now in Victoria, 55% of their energy is still coal-fired production. And this is something a lot of people overlook. So when you see Victoria reducing their emissions by large swathes, it's because they're coming off coal-fired power. So in the Northern Territory, as we continue to unlock our gas reserves, and whilst a lot of people may not like hearing it, they are lower carbon gas reserves compared with others around the world. And it really concerns me when I see the East Coast states building import terminals for gas, because that means essentially they're going to be shipping gas here from other countries that will not have the regulatory protections in place that we do here in Australia and in the Northern Territory. And who knows how many emissions that will produce just bringing that gas here. So our goal here in the Northern Territory is to develop our gas reserves, reduce the overall emissions of the country, because that is the end goal. And I've said it time and time again, we can sit here and say, oh, our individual emissions might increase over the next few years whilst we actually develop the territory, but we will be able to assist numerous other jurisdictions to reduce their overall emissions as they come off that dirty coal, as they come off other forms of energy production, whilst also ensuring that we have that firm base load so we can continue to manufacture things here in this country. It's a really important part of, I guess, the puzzle when we look at all of these things. We might look at other countries and buy all our things from them, but they're burning a lot of energy and having to produce a lot of energy to do that. We'd like to actually see this country and support other jurisdictions reduce their overall carbon emissions, whilst obviously ensuring that we have our own energy here in the Territory as well.
Member for Johnston, Member for Daly has a follow-up. Member for Daly.
Thank you. Just following up in relation to the zero emissions by 2050, Minister, are you able to outline what funding's in the budget towards achieving that goal?
Yeah, so I guess you could look at every single department that has a role in whether it be development, DLI, lands planning, environment or other. We are ensuring that we're enabling development like Sun Cable, like working with INPEX, working with VOPAC on actually enabling reductions in greenhouse gas emissions through these schemes, whether it be carbon capture and storage, whether it be additional solar farms. And there's a number of things that I can't even talk about because they'd be commercial in confidence. It's really important to acknowledge that there are plenty of things that we are doing to ensure that we're reducing the overall emissions, not just for ourselves, but also for large emitters in the Northern Territory, and we will continue to support those proponents to achieve their goals. If I may, Madam Chair, I would like to answer 6.1.
Response to a question on notice?
Yes, Member for Johnson. Per capita emissions in the Northern Territory, I'm being told 63 tonnes of CO2 equivalent per person, and that figure was in 2023. That's the latest that we have.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Back to the member for Johnston.
Thank you. Just to clarify for the member for Daly, is there any specific budget line item in relation to reducing emissions? So you talked about how it's going across different portfolios.
So if you want an exact figure, so yes, there are many departments that deal with this, I guess, through their own means. The Climate Resilience Plan is a whole of government responsibility with coordination reporting responsibilities in my department. There's that, just want to confirm, that's climate work. So specifically in my department, there's 3.29 million, which covers 4 FTEs to continue that important work to, I guess, assist all agencies to reduce their emissions, to work on that climate resilience plan, and obviously people assigned to that. But there's so much more. It's not just that 3.29 million. There would be so much work across departments that is enabling, as I've said before, whether it be the land that we provide for other people out at Middle Arm with specific emissions reduction goals in mind. And they are things like that carbon capture storage, and there's been an agreement in place around a block of land for VOPAC, I believe. There's also land that we're speaking to with IMPEX around how they can reduce their overall emissions. There's so many discussions that are being had. I just can't go into the specifics because of the commerciality of them.
Thank you, Minister. Can I just clarify that 63 tonnes from 2023, is that the latest data you have on per capita emissions?
That's the latest that I've been provided.
Is it possible to get on notice more recent data?
Yep. The advice I have is that it would only be 2024. So if you want further.
I'm happy for the most recent I can get, Minister.
Is it safe to say that all this is reported on the federal government website and that it's just a matter of doing the...
You're looking it up for me, member for Fromeling.
So the figure for 2024 which we just gave was... So it's a very simple question of mathematics, thank you, Madam Chair, where we're going to get the latest emissions reported through the federal government and divide it by the population data. And we're just wanting to make sure that we have the most up-to-date data in regards to those two things.
Thank you. Is that on notice?
We'll get you to restate the question for the record.
For 2024.
The most recent available Northern Territory emissions per capita.
Okay.
Minister, do you accept the question?
As long as it's still 6.1, yes.
It'll go to 6.2, but so 1 will get scrapped because it's already been answered, but 6.2. So the question asked of the member for Johnston to the minister is allocated the number 6.2. Member for Johnston, you still going?
Thank you. Thank you. I will follow on from the apparent follow-on about the new climate resilience plan. Minister, your climate resilience plan focuses on adapting to climate impacts, but it appears to contain little or no clear emissions reduction measures. How can the Territory achieve genuine climate resilience without addressing climate mitigation, and why is mitigation absent? If this is your core plan, why is mitigation absent from the plan?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. The Climate Resilience Plan does not include specific targets, but there will be annual reporting of its outcomes, and this is a really important part, I guess, in this. The previous government, and I sat exactly where you sat, Member for Johnson, many years, and I continue to ask the previous government about their targets, and they essentially weren't working towards them. They weren't actually seeing any significant increase. So having targets is one thing, not achieving them is another. what we're doing is practically having a climate resilience plan with reportables in regards to how our government is working towards ensuring that we are building a more resilient territory, whilst also supporting producers to reduce their overall emissions. That's the best way we can do it here in the Northern Territory, whilst also ensuring that we have cheap and affordable energy for everyone. That's a really key part of all of this as well, which I know the Minister Maley has obviously touched on. So there will be reporting. I believe we are going to review. It was three years, I believe. So we will continue to work with the department. We'll continue to work with all departments about how we can best achieve climate resilience right across the Northern Territory through the plan.
Thank you.
Chair, could I be able to pick back up?
Yep, Member for Nycliffe.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of project-specific questions, Minister. Minister, does your government support the proposed Bayview Boulevard project or not?
Thank
Sorry,
you very
can I
much,
just
Member for
interrupt for a
Nycliffe. No,
second?
this is a good question.
Just not a follow-up. Member for
I
Johnston was still...
Could I just finish this line of questioning?
I
and
think,
then-
yeah, we'll give Member for Johnston the line of questioning, then we'll come over. Thank you.
I'm keen to answer Member for Nycliffe's question.
You'll get there, I promise. So just in response to, you just said there will be, there are targets, but there are not targets. Is that right?
So very clear, we're supporting the federal government. There's a target of net zero by 2050. We're working towards that like everyone else. All the large emitters, they're all working towards that. And as far as the, what's the bloody, I think it comes in 2030? If they're not doing the right thing, there's safeguard. Thank you very much, Chief Executive. There's a safeguard mechanism under the federal government's legislation. So for those not meeting and not starting to reduce their emissions towards 2050, they'll then have to pay. As in the Northern Territory, we're supporting those large emitters get to their goal of net zero by 2050, because without the Northern Territory government support, they simply won't get there. They won't have the land, they won't have the availability, and they won't be able to achieve it. So it's a really key goal here that as we continue to build back our roads stronger, deal with flood mitigation and all these other things that we do across the Northern Territory that relate to climate resilience, we're also supporting industry to decarbonise. Because if we were just to say to those large emitters, you're on your own, we're not interested in helping you, they would never get there. So you talk about targets, the net zero by 2050 is there. It's something that the federal government have put in place. We're supporting those producers to get there, because if they don't meet certain targets themselves, that safeguard mechanism will come in, and then they will have to pay penalties in regards to that, which isn't our policy, that's the federal government's. So.
Thank you. So thank you, Minister. So to be clear, the target, the measurable target we have at the moment is the 2050 target. There's no other particular measurable targets between now and then for the NT government.
That's right, and that was stated last year. And I know that some people might not like that fact, but it's really important that here in the Northern Territory we need to understand we are such an emerging economy. Less than 1% of the entire territory is cleared, whilst other states are trying to reclaim back farmland for conservation and all the rest of it. We have large swathes of land that are still completely untouched, which as the Environment Minister I'm very proud of. As we develop, we will see land cleared, but it's really important that we do that with all the safeguards and regulation that we have to protect the environment, to ensure that there's so many things that are looked upon whenever any development is done throughout the Northern Territory. So yes, we have the net zero by 2050. We're supporting other producers to achieve that, and that work will be ongoing.
And
Thank you. Sorry, Member for Johnston, we have to move over to the Member for Nycliffe.
why?
Are you finished your line of questioning? No. Sorry, it sounded like before you only had one question left on that line of questioning, but it seems that there's more. Is there more?
There's a bit more.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, could I suggest we move to outputs then?
We're still doing this opening statement. Member for Johnston.
I've just got a couple more questions here, and then thank you, Minister. Can you? I'm happy briefly to explain what consultation, research informed the development of this plan.
Sorry, Member Johnson, I was just getting an answer to your previous question. What was that? Please restate that.
Sorry. Can you briefly outline what consultation and research informed the development of this plan?
Yeah, so the first pass climate assessment, and there is a document that I'm going to be releasing in the next week or two in regards to that, because I knew that this question would come, was a first pass assessment of the NT government and its departments, and essentially ranked risk criteria in regards to different areas of the Northern Territory, and that was the basis for the climate resilience plan. That's where it came out of.
And just to finalise the question about reporting and measurements, I've heard you say very clearly that the target is 2050. I think you said there'll be a 3-year report. Is there going to be public reporting against something that I'm not exactly sure what it is?
No, sorry. The climate resilience plan will require annual reporting of its outcomes. There will be a review in 3 years over the effectiveness or otherwise. Madam Chair, in regards to question 6.2, the 2024 figures, which are the most up-to-date figures that we have, that relates to the 27.7 million tonnes of CO2 divided by our population, is 106 tonnes per capita.
Thank you, Minister.
I'll just pick up to Minister. You mentioned about
giving you the call, Member for Daly.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Would you like to?
I just saw you look at me.
Is it a
and
follow-up
nod.
question?
Yes.
Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for that. I just saw you nod. Minister, I just pick up on the $100 million for flood recovery you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
In one of your answers, which allow for some infrastructure upgrades. But what planning is underway on climate adaptation needs right across the Territory so communities are more resilient to the impacts of climate change?
So, Member for Daly, you probably know better than anyone in the community of Niu. My department has been working probably just about around the clock. I get my CEs told me that Ken Davies has been calling my chief executive, and it's all been around looking at how we can support communities right across the Northern Territory, but obviously Niu is one that's front of mind at the moment, to move that community to higher ground. So there's, as you're well aware, a number of stakeholders that are engaged around land, and that's just one thing, I guess, that we're looking at. Was there another part to your question, sorry, Member for Daly?
There was. It was in regards to, what was it? What other planning is underway for the climate adaptation needs right across the Territory so communities are more resilient to the impacts of climate change?
Absolutely.
So a bit more broadly.
Yeah, a bit more broadly. And I think flood mitigation is one that I always get hammered with and speak about. There was a report in 2016 in Alice Springs that was commissioned in regards to flood mitigation. Not a lot had been done over the previous 8 years. There was money put aside. In the last 18 months to 2 years, a lot of work's been done by the department, working again with Aboriginal traditional owners, getting the necessary ARPA clearances in place so we can go through a lot of these drains. They're called trunk drains around the community of Alice Springs, which unfortunately, when we receive large volumes of rain, can actually cause localised flooding. So there's the flooding that obviously occurs, as many people know, when a major river floods. But what we were seeing around our community was actually localised flooding relating to drains not being able to disperse the water quickly enough. So there's work that quite literally has just started in the last week relating to those trunk drains. I heard you mention the $100 million. We were very fortunate to also be able to access some of that money, because whilst I would love to say that the original $10 million that the previous Labor government put towards that was enough, it simply wasn't going to be to deal with all the trunk drains. So there's been money spent on that, as well as additional money out of the $100 million climate flood resilience package to address more drains around Alice Springs, as well as obviously a number of roads and other factors across the Territory.
Thank you.
We ought to move to outputs, Chair.
Oh, I wanted to answer your question about baby.
We'll keep going on. We're still on the opening statement. Are there any further questions on the opening statement? Member for Karama?
I just have one more follow-up with that one. Chair.
I'll come back to
Okay,
you,
come back,
David.
yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Minister, on behalf of the residents of Cromer, the electorate of Cromer, may I say, can I say they are very excited about the container development scheme coming up? And I believe you said in your opening statement it was commencing 1st of July 2026, if I'm correct. So what they want to know is there an education campaign, a communication campaign to come out to them to tell them, right, this is what you can actually dispose of and get some money back. How do you do it? Where do you do it? How do you get your money back? That's what people need to know. They're very excited. They know it's going to go from this little restrictive thing to a much wider thing, including wine bottles and all that stuff. And there's plenty of those in Cromer, may I say. A lot of them are dumped in the parks, so maybe this will reduce that. And that's one of the reasons I'm asking. So can you inform us about what communication, education campaign there is for the community about this new scheme?
Thank you very much, Member for Cromer. And like you, in my hometown of Alice Springs, one of the biggest things that upsets me is during Clean Up Australia Day, I always get out and clean up the river. But we've noticed over a period of time, what's being left behind are the containers like Jim Beam and rum bottles, which aren't able to be taken as part of that container deposit scheme. And unfortunately, in some instances, they are being used to cut through that. In some cases, they're being used as weapons or they're being smashed on the ground, and it's the same, I imagine, for wine bottles. So this is a really important piece of work. I know some people don't think it's that important, but in towns where you see a lot of litter, a lot of containers laying around the ground, that will now be worth something. And there's been a lot of work with the Enviro banks, with different people that actually take the containers, and that's why I often get a bit of criticism around how come it's taken so long to come in. They're making sure that all their procedures are ready to take the additional containers, because for anyone that's actually been down there, it's a huge operation. They have to split everything up, glass, metal, plastics. So they've now taken the time. They've certainly been doing an education piece. I know people that have been saving up their containers ever since they heard about this. And there'll be further work, as well as we will be promoting the new options for the community. But right now we're working with the operators to make sure they're ready to go. That's why there's been a little bit of a lag time. And I'm looking forward to that 1 July where we can actually hopefully start to see less of these containers being left around our communities right across the NT.
Are there any more questions on the opening statement?
Come on, Ed. Member for Nightcliff. It's coming.
On the opening statement? Okay.
I have plenty, but I'm happy to move to outputs if that's...
Okay, no more questions on the opening statement. The committee will now consider the estimates of proposed expenditure contained in the Appropriation Bill 2026-27 as they relate to the Department of Lands, Planning and Environment. Are there any agency-related whole-of-government questions on budget and fiscal strategies? No questions. Well, that concludes consideration of agency-related whole-of-government questions on budget and fiscal strategies. We will now proceed to Output Group 1, Lands and Planning, Output 1.1, which is Land Development. Are there any questions?
Chair.
Member for Nightcliff.
We'll come back to it. Minister, does your government support the proposed Bayview Boulevard project or not?
Thank you very much, Member for Nightcliff. Now, it's really important. Press my speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. It's really important that everyone understands the history behind Bayview, because Bayview was a development that was ready to go, and it was actually after the 2016 election that the then Labor government stopped it and paid, I don't even think we can say the amount. We can't say the amount, Madam Chair. An unresolved amount to the developer at the time. So it's really important to understand the government owns the land right now. So to say that someone does or doesn't support a development on a block of land that they don't actually own, let's be really clear. The developer was ready to develop the land back in 2016. The Labor government stopped it, paid him an undisclosed amount of money, and now, by all accounts, the developer's wanting to come back and develop that land. There would need to be a process if that land was to be developed, an expression of interest, all the rest of it. There's currently already an approval for a development of Bayview. So our government has supported that to occur. anything else relating to any development across the Northern Territory, and this is a really important one for everyone to understand, you need to either own the land or apply to be granted or to pay for the land. And that has not occurred.
So the developer hasn't approached you to secure control of that land?
The developer wrote a letter to me. I don't believe it asked to secure control of the land. I believe it requested to be invited, which again, it's a very strange request. I don't know of too many processes that have involved the government inviting people. Generally, it's the expressions of interest process once a parcel of land has been identified to be developed. That's the process that usually goes through.
Minister, can you table that letter for us?
I don't think it'd be proper process to table a letter that someone has sent to a minister. Would you table a letter that a constituent has sent you? Probably not. So I think it's important to sort of acknowledge I'm being very open for the committee that a letter was sent, and yeah, I think I'll leave it at that.
So, Minister, are you going to proceed with any sort of EOI or any other process where the developer could pitch their proposal?
I didn't know the member from Nightcliff was a fan of development, Madam Chair. I thought they were against land development. But look, right now it's not something that is on our government books to be developed. That's just a fact. So there's a range of blocks of land that we are supporting, whether it be Ash, whether it be Durack Heights. There's processes that have been underway to identify land and then release it. It would be questionable whether a government, after what has happened with the previous government essentially paying an undisclosed amount of money to a developer not to develop the land, whether or not that would even be seen as a good use of taxpayer dollars to then all of a sudden develop that land again.
Madam Chair, can I follow up?
Yeah, Member Fong Lim.
Minister, thank you very much for all those clarifying statements. I think it's important for everybody to be across the history of the situation. And for the record, as the local member that represents that area, I am glad to hear that the government is supportive of a proposal and development in that area. And there is a signed off proposal at the moment to continue with an 18-lot development. Minister, can you just clarify for everybody, if the developer were to approach you again though, would there be any prima facie reason why you would not consider an application?
I think again, thank you, Madam Chair, thank you, Member for Fong Lim. The parcel of land isn't currently earmarked for development. There's been an agreement in the past, undisclosed amount of money that's been provided to a developer not to develop that land. There's so many things to unpick in regards to the Bayview development. We work, and as the Minister for Lands, Planning and Environment, I work with many developers that want to come into my office, sit down and speak about development. That's what I do. And I think what any developer should do in the Northern Territory, if they have a goal of developing land, is come in and speak with the minister responsible for it. Because the process that has unfolded in regards to Bayview has simply been the wrong way to go about it in my point of view, Madam Chair. And it's really important that any developer that wants to develop any land across the Northern Territory come in, sit down, have a conversation, and then obviously there's an appropriate process that needs to follow from there. But right now, that hasn't occurred.
Chair.
Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Chair. Another project that we did raise earlier is around the Osnum House redevelopment. Yes. Can you please update us on the timeline for announcing the location of that site? Because we believe it was announced towards the end of last year that a location would be announced early in the new year, which is now well since passed.
Oh, there we go, Member for Nightcliff. No, this is absolutely, Madam Chair, one of those things that we've been handballed by the previous Labor government, who moved Osnum House to where it now sits with no real plan for the future. So as a government, since coming in, there's been a lot of conversations with St Vincent de Paul about how we progress so that they can have a service and I've witnessed it myself, member for Nightcliff, that's really well patronised. But I've also spoken to residents in both the member for Fanny Bay's electorate and in your electorate who attended a park meet, who are really upset about some of the antisocial behaviour that has arisen since that location has been utilised. And I received many letters, and I want to let the people know that might be listening in today that I read those letters. I read about how parks they believe have not, in their view, that some of those parks are now not places they wish to visit as they used to. So it's really important that we acknowledge the need for this service, the fact that the current location probably isn't meeting community expectations. We are doing a huge amount of work to not only locate a new site, and again, I don't want to, I won't be mentioning where the new site is, because for me, we have been not only advocating on behalf of St Vinny's, and I guess that is probably where my biggest frustration has been, is that when we've gone to the federal government to seek additional funding to enable these blocks of land, it hasn't necessarily been forthcoming. So whenever we talk about that enabling infrastructure for blocks of land, it is costly. We have sites that we believe would work for St Vinny's in the future. We're working with them as well as other NGOs and organisations about how best to enable them, and we will continue to advocate on behalf of St Vinny's to ensure that we get a better outcome than what we are now, acknowledging the very important service that they provide.
Absolutely agree with it being a very important service, but what is the actual blocker from announcing that new location?
Money, member for Nightcliff. If you
So
could
it's
get
federal money
if
that-
you could get $50 million off your federal counterparts, we could enable it and start developing it tomorrow.
Thanks, Minister. Another major project in terms of Lee Point.
Yes.
Minister, have you engaged with the community around calls for an updated area plan for Lee Point?
Can you just get me the information, whatever you have on Lee Point? Yeah. Thank you very much, member for Nightcliff. In regards to Lee Point, the Defence Housing Australia development, there's obviously been a number of processes that have been taking place. There was the NT-CAT referral. There's also been, obviously, many submissions. And more recently, I guess, it's discussions in regards to a number of other things. Going forward, the land is there to be developed. They've got all the necessary approvals that they require. I'm just checking with my Chief Executive as to exactly where that's at. I think specifically to your question, there's been a number of processes that have taken place that have allowed the community to put forward their views on the development. It's really now up to Defence Housing Australia to continue with the development.
So, Minister, has your colleague, the member for Casuarina, spoken to you on behalf of his constituents around having an updated area plan for Lee Point and Casuarina Coastal Reserve? Has he passed on feedback from his constituents?
I consult with all my parliamentary colleagues regularly on the matters that are important to them. Can I sort of gauge what you're trying to get at in regards to this with the area plan?
So the key call that we've heard from the community is that we want to see a moratorium and a new area plan developed for the Lee Point Defence Housing project. Are you not hearing that feedback from the community?
I think there's a level of misunderstanding from many in the community. So when we look at the Lee Point development, a lot of people wouldn't know that there's land along Buffalo Creek Road that's actually been set aside as a result of the development agreement, again, between Defence Housing Australia and the NT government. And this was initiated by the Labor government, which I find it interesting, and I note your opposition to the development. So previously cleared land is a majority of where the development is going to occur. We're now working with the developer to ensure that we can enable as much community infrastructure as possible in these areas, because I think everyone can agree, and you've noted it time and time again, we need more housing to enable supply so that there's more affordable rentals. Increasing supply will achieve that. So it's really in the developers' hands now. They've got their approvals, whether they and when they see fit to continue the development.
So, Minister, in terms of...
Sorry, Member for Nycliffe, we've just got a follow-up question from the member for Karama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, so just confirming in regards to the Lee Point development, and you mentioned Defence Housing Australia and so on, but there's nothing on your desk that is stopping the project going ahead now?
That's correct, Member for Karama. There's nothing on my desk.
Thank you.
Member for Nycliffe.
Thank you, Chair. So in terms of the area plan that is currently in existence and has been worked towards with DHA, what NT government infrastructure is planned as part of the Lee Point development? For instance, a new school. Is that funded?
No, so I believe there's a school and also community space, and I guess that's really to be determined between the Northern Territory government and the developer as to how that looks into the future. But there's no budget yet aligned to a school that the land hasn't been developed.
So you're saying that there's no brakes on this development, it's all ticked off, all ready to go, but there's no plan or budget for the government required infrastructure?
No. See, I think it's a misunderstanding about how the development works. So with any new development, there might be land earmarked for the NTG to build schools or other supporting infrastructure into the future. An example of this is Holtz. There's a portion of land that is set aside for the government that is now going to be utilised for aged care. So sometimes the changing needs of government require that land to be used for something other than what it was initially earmarked for, but that area right by the Palmerston Regional Hospital is now going to be worked with the federal government so we can deliver those much needed aged care beds. In the same manner, the school that's been earmarked for that area, once it's fully developed, can then support the community should the need arise for an additional school, all depending on the other schools around it, whether they're at full capacity, how many children there are in the area. So as part of any planning space, you're looking at what the future requirements of that area will be. And I just want to confirm how many parcels of land there are in there. Thank you very much, Member for Nightcliff. So I'm being told there was an area plan that was developed in 2015. And yeah, there's blocks of land there earmarked for government, which were, I guess, originally set aside for a school.
So, I mean, this is a project that's nominally under construction. I guess that's why I'm surprised there's not a allocation. Do you have any costings or estimates for the government-owned infrastructure that will go into Lee Point?
No, it all depends on what that ends up being.
So in terms of the overall Lee Point project, Minister, you're not heeding the concerns of the community and you have no intention to do a new area plan or a moratorium on Lee Point?
Member for Nightcliff, it's really important that some of the very key issues you raised through some of your first line of questioning in regards to housing availability are met right across the territory. So this is a development that has gone through all its approvals, has all its approvals, and it's really up to the developers now as to whether they proceed. That's something that happened under the previous Labor government. It's continuing to happen now, and obviously there were other there were processes that were allowed to occur that allowed those that believed they did not want the project to occur to have their grievances heard. And I think that's, again, shows the level of process throughout this development.
I'm just going to interrupt. The time is 5 o'clock. We're just going to have a quick comfort break for 10 minutes. We'll return at 5:10. Thank you. Here we go. So we're currently still on output 1.1, land development. Are there any more questions on this output?
No questions on 1.1.
Member for Johnston? No. That concludes consideration of output 1.1. We will now move to output 1.2, Crown Land Estate. Are there any questions?
No.
No. Any other questions? That concludes consideration of output 1.2. The committee will now move on to output 1.3, planning. Are there any questions? Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Minister, you recently received a report in March 2026 from the Planning Commission into infill development and subdividing in low-density residential areas. Have you considered that report?
Thank you very much, Member for Daly. Yes, there's been the report handed to me by the Planning Commission. I want to thank them for their very important work on consulting with the community around the opportunity for infill development throughout the Northern Territory. There are a number of recommendations from that report, and I'll just get some advice. Thank you very much, Member for Daly. It's always confusing when you know, I guess, what's happening and what you can actually say is happening. So in regards to the urban infill development, the paper was the first step in understanding how infill development and subdivision might work in the Northern Territory and suggested ideas for change, such as allowing more than one house per block, as I mentioned earlier in response to Member for Nightcliff, a minimum new lot size of 450 square metres, across the Northern Territory, and allowing what a lot of people refer to as a battle axe lot. So that's essentially having a driveway down the side of someone's house with obviously a lot at the back. In March, as you rightly said, the Commission provided a report to Government with its recommendations. The key concerns identified through consultation included infrastructure capacity, so it's really important that we acknowledge that. The Commission also emphasised that any change to the planning rules to enable infill would need to be carefully balanced, increasing density whilst maintaining residential amenity. And I think that's something that we all want to ensure. So based on this report, the next steps are that DLPE will now prepare a planning scheme amendment proposal to make necessary changes to the Northern Territory planning scheme to facilitate infill development and subdivision, and any changes to these planning rules will be communicated to the public and undergo the necessary statutory exhibition under the Planning Act 1999 prior to decision on the amendment by myself.
Thank you, Minister, and through the Chair. Minister, you mentioned in regards to the 450 square metre lots or even smaller lots to be established in suburbs, as well as allowing existing blocks to be subdivided. Are you progressing with those recommendations?
Thank you, Member for Daly. The proposal that the Planning Commission put out and consulted on, a number of those recommendations have been accepted. It's now, I guess, about preparing the planning scheme amendment and then essentially deciding to initiate it or not.
Thank you, but you weren't clear whether you support that recommendation or not, Minister.
Thank you, Member for Daly. So the next step, and I want to be really clear, is to consult on those proposed changes. So yes, the 450 square metres will go out for consultation under the necessary statutory exhibition period, which I'll just get confirmation on. How long is that for? Which is 28 days. So for that 28 days, people will be able to write in, have their say on whether they agree or otherwise with the proposed planning amendment scheme.
Thank you. So that consultation will be open to the public that will impact communities such as I'm top of my head, perhaps Ludmilla with those larger blocks where they may be subdivided in.
Absolutely.
And will you be confident they'll be aware of that, considering
Yeah, like any
how will
planning
you be
amendment
communicating,
scheme.
or what's your communication plan around that to ensure that they're aware of the impact it may have on their community?
Yeah, I think that a lot of people have been readily engaged throughout this process. So obviously there are a lot of submissions to the Planning Commission when this all happened, both positive and negative. And likewise, with any large-scale change, there will be lots of people that will want to have their say. I'm sure there'll be those that are for it, those that are against it, and we will listen to all those community concerns as well as support and essentially move forward from there.
Thank you, Minister. So how will you be able to triage through some of those submissions, given that obviously there'll be industry interest in wanting to subdivide those blocks versus community interests, I'm assuming, that may want to keep some of those blocks to the size that they are, considering it's a lifestyle choice, and dividing those blocks up in the suburbs I mentioned earlier, and more broadly the northern suburbs, the impacts on amenities, services within those communities.
And this is a really good question, Member for Daly. No one will be forced to subdivide their block and make it smaller. It's an opportunity for those that wish to be able to do it. We're now currently looking at the process for this to occur, and I've made it really clear to the department I don't want this to be an open-ended, there will be a process by which people can apply to subdivide their lots to that minimum 450 size, and we will look at each one based on its merits. But I guess we also need to ensure that we're dealing with the very thing that has been raised throughout today's committee hearing, which is housing affordability and availability. And this is just another way in which we can increase that availability. Not everyone will want to take this up. There will be lots of people that love their large blocks and will not want to subdivide, but I believe there will be some people, and it's really important to understand you can already do this through another process called an exceptional development permit. There's already a way in which people can avail themselves. It's quite a costly process. What we're wanting to do is make it available to more people that may wish to do this. There may be a family that want to subdivide their blocks so their kids can live out the back. There's lots of different living arrangements that people have. And what seems to be really appetising to people at the moment, for whatever reason, they don't necessarily want to live in big high-rise. They want to be able to have their own titled lot and build a house on it. And obviously in some of those suburbs and areas that you've just mentioned, there's lots of wonderful scenery and beaches, and people like to live in those areas. So it's about enabling that to occur whilst also ensuring, as I said earlier, that we keep the amenity of those areas.
Thank you, Minister. So you mentioned that you want to ensure that people are able to do it. So have you already made a decision on that recommendation?
No.
Considering you just stated that.
There is a process.
Is there any point of doing a consultation period if you've already made your mind up?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We want to support development across the Northern Territory. We're doing that in lots of different ways. And right now, this is another planning scheme amendment that is being proposed that we are consulting on. We will get the feedback and make a decision once all that feedback has been considered.
Thank you. Through the Chair. Minister, how is your department and the Planning Commission using existing area plans when considering zoning and land use decisions?
Thank you very much. Through the Chair, we use those area plans all the time to inform our decision making.
Do you want to expand on those area plans?
Perhaps you have an area plan in mind, Member for Daly, you'd like to discuss.
No, it's all right. Does your government have plans? Does your government have plans to review existing area plans to ensure they are contemporary and meet the needs of the community?
Yes, absolutely, Member for Daly. Throughout the Northern Territory, it's often referred to me by planners that as soon as an area plan is finally agreed upon, there's always changes in use that people will try to avail themselves of, because the very area plan enables more development in certain areas whilst trying to ensure that that rural lifestyle in some areas is kept. So we are always working with the community to ensure that the blocks of land, that the area plans that are in place are fit for purpose, and that is always an evolving situation where people one day will have one point of view and a year later they may believe that a certain block of land should be used for a purpose because there's a community need, and we're always willing to work with the community to enable those things to occur.
Finished? Thank you, Member for Daly. Are there any other questions on Output 1.3 planning? No further questions. That concludes consideration of Output 1.3. We will now call for questions on Output 1.4, which is Building Advisory Services. Are there any questions? No questions. That concludes consideration of Output 1.4.
People want to go home.
Sorry, guys. We will now consider questions on Output 1.5, Land Information and Spatial Analytics. Are there any questions? No question. Oh, yeah, there's one question here from the member for Blaine.
Does the NAFI website that does fire monitoring, I'm getting a no. Okay, that was it. Never mind. Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions. That concludes consideration of Output 1.5. The committee will now proceed to Output 1.6, Northern Territory Planning Commission. Are there any questions? No. That concludes consideration of Output 1.6 and Output Group 1. The committee will now move on to Output Group 2, which is Environment. Output 2.1, Environment Assessment and Policy. Are there any questions? Start with the member for Daly.
Thank you. Minister, would you consider the recent flood events a climate disaster?
Sorry, member
Member.
for Daly, are you asking for an opinion? Is there a specific question there that's not an opinion of the minister?
Well, would you consider the recent widespread flooding across the Northern Territory a fairly big sign of a climate risk?
Sorry, again, you're asking, would you consider that sort of inferring that you're asking for an opinion? Is there a question attached to that?
Well, I suppose it goes back to noting the lack of investment into climate risk mitigation and adaptation. So I'm just trying to get an understanding of the government's position on where they see the recent flooding events, whether they see them as climate risk that would lead into that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member for Daly. Right across the Northern Territory, from my hometown of Alice Springs, it saw the most severe flooding since 1988, so 37 years, right up to Tennant Creek, Katherine, the Daly. I believe did members in Darwin receive flooding in some instances?
Rural, Darwin River.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Throughout the Northern Territory, and I've mentioned this throughout the Northern Territory Climate Resilience Plan, it's about acknowledging that we live in a changing environment, changing climate, and how we build back better. We have the existing infrastructure, and as we continue to develop into the future, we need to acknowledge the fact that roads, rail, all these other things will need to be able to withstand the changing climate, especially in regards to flooding, because we need to be able to get our groceries, all of our goods from the south to the north. So I think that's always something that our government is considering when we're building back and looking towards the future.
Thank you. So just going back to the question, has the flooding been identified by your government as a climate risk, or by yourself as Minister?
I think, again, this goes more to the first pass assessment. So when we look at the risks associated with a changing climate, we're essentially rating the risk of flood, fire, drought, all these things, and rating them in different areas. The risk of drought, of flood, in many cases is high because of obviously the amount of people it impacts when it happens in especially built-up areas. And we've seen that happen more recently, especially in Katherine and out the Daly, where we've had communities that have essentially been displaced for long periods of time. So right now, as a government, we're looking at how we ensure going forward that those communities are more resilient. We've spoken about moving some of those communities to higher ground, and we're also looking at flood mitigation in my hometown of Alice Springs. And in Katherine, I know that they're also looking at flood levies and what can be done as well there to ensure that the town is more resilient to flooding into the future. And I think that's a really important project that the government is working through, and why that $100 million that was put aside through our Northern Territory government is so important, because we acknowledge the risk and we're doing something about it.
Thank you, Minister. Are you able to list off those climate risks that you've identified and what priority order it is for mitigation and adaptation?
It wasn't necessarily done in a priority. It looked at, and I'm trying to remember from the exact document, it looked at about 30, it looked at a number of climate risks, rated them like you would in a risk category if you've ever done a job site risk category, high, medium and low, and then essentially related actions that can happen as a result of that.
Thank you. And I'm assuming the one you're talking about, that was during, I think last year you mentioned that there was no money in the budget for the climate mitigation measures because the department was undertaking the climate risk assessment. Is that the assessment you're talking about, speaking to? Or where is that assessment at, if not?
So, Madam Chair, I'll try to be as clear as I can. There was a Northern Territory climate risk assessment that went through a number of risks. I have some tier 1 risks that I can read out. You know, damage to telecommunication and data infrastructure. We saw that happen with the most recent floods. Transport and logistics. We saw that happen in the most recent floods. Waste collection and storage. We saw that in the most recent floods. It states here biosecurity, relating to enabling invasive species to come in, mining and manufacturing. So it ranks, I guess, risks that can occur with our changing climate. You've asked about the amount of money that's been put to that. We've seen after the last wet season, $100 million put into a flood resilience package to deal with those immediate issues. And as we continue to develop infrastructure, whether it be roads, whether it be bridges throughout the Northern Territory, our government will have one eye to the changing climate on how we develop those things into the future so that we are more climate resilient.
Thank you, Minister, and through the Chair. Just going back to my previous question in regards to the climate risks that you identified, and you said there wasn't any priority order for the mitigation and adaptation. Are you able to table that?
I believe it will be going live in the next couple of weeks, so I'm not able to table it, but I do make the undertaking that it will be publicly available.
Is there a date that it will become available? Do you have a date? Or
I literally, it will be coming. It will be publicly available in the next 2 weeks. That's my undertaking to this committee.
Yeah. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Did you
Questions? Member for Johnston?
I'll push over to air quality, but if you've got other ones.
Thank you, Chair. One of my questions was, is this the output that we ask about air quality under?
Regulation? Is that output?
Under 2.2?
I'm asking. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wondered
Assessment
which
and
output
policy.
that we ask those questions. I have some other questions, but I don't want to miss air quality. Anytime, okay. I'll start off with some other questions first. Minister, I refer to the the PEPA inquiry recommendation that the Beetaloo development be subject to strategic planning, including assessment of cumulative environmental, social, infrastructure and intergenerational impacts before large-scale development proceeds. Minister, has a strategic development plan for the Beetaloo Basin commenced?
Johnson, could you just repeat the end of the question?
the end of the question was, has a strategic development plan for the Beetaloo commenced, which includes assessment of cumulative environmental, social, infrastructure and intergenerational impacts?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. So there's been a lot of work done in regards to the Beetaloo Basin. The SREBA is something that's often spoken about, the Strategic Regional Environmental and Baseline Assessment, which is a set of studies used to gather baseline data and fill information gaps in that region, which is so important to the development of the Beetaloo. In regards to your specific question, the Beetaloo is not yet at such a scale that work has yet been done.
Thank you. Yes, and I'm familiar with the baseline assessment I'm interested in, as you noted there, the strategic plan. So, Minister, what Pepper inquiry recommendation is the government relying on to justify progressing approvals in the absence of a completed strategic plan?
Thank you very much, Member for Johnson. Thank you for the question. Thank you to the Chief Executive for that advice. Right now, we're assessing each development in isolation. When Beetaloo reaches a certain scale, the Northern Territory Environmental Protection Agency will make that call and will assess the overall impact of the Beetaloo. So I think that's really important to understand. It's still developing. It's not at scale yet, but that assessment, is that sort of what you're calling it?
I'm calling it a strategic plan. So
that assessment
per
and
the Pepper
strategic
inquiry.
plan about cumulative impact is something that will be looked at as the Beetaloo develops.
So, Minister, understanding that you've just said that you're currently approving individual projects, is that correct? So how can you be confident that individually acceptable projects won't become collectively unsustainable, cumulatively over decades?
Because that is being looked at, and I think this is really important. The amount of information that is provided by each proponent to ensure that they have all their necessary approvals in place is immense. As a minister responsible for the environmental regulation side of it, they look at everything. Most recently, I remember reading about a certain species of bird that had to make sure wasn't in an area that was going to be worked upon. There's flora and fauna studies. There's so many different bits of information that are compiled. I have full faith in the Northern Territory Environmental Protection Agency that when the Beetaloo gets to such a scale that assessment of, I'm trying to think of the word you used, Member for Johnson, cumulative, that work has to be undertaken. I have every confidence that the NTEPA will undertake that work.
Thank you, Minister. I think one of the things that I'm trying to understand is that if you're approving individual projects which may go ahead without knowing and without doing the work of what the cumulative impact might be, that impact might happen because you've approved various individual projects.
And I guess what I'm trying to make very clear for the committee here today is that the NTEPA are aware of what's being approved and are looking at the cumulative impact. And at such time, they believe the cumulative impact is at such a stage that it needs to be the NTEPA, when they believe it has reached such a stage, will conduct that work.
We've just got a follow-up question from the member for Cromer.
Thank you, Chair. So just on that point, Minister, would it be fair to say that individual projects supply a heap of information as part of their own environmental impact statements, etc. And as that information comes together, you can then combine that information to get a better understanding of the whole and then make a judgment of the whole as you're going forward.
Thank you, Member for Karama. Through the Chair, I think it's important to acknowledge that the department doesn't work in isolation. They regularly brief the Northern Territory Environmental Protection Agency on what is being approved so that the NTEPA can make a judgment call as the independent statutory authority about when to do those assessments.
Thank you. Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the Georgina Wiso Water Allocation Plan allocates groundwater for both agriculture and the petroleum industry. What assessment has been undertaken of the combined long-term impacts of those allocations on groundwater-dependent ecosystems?
It is a water resources question in 4.2. Member for Johnson.
Thank you. I'm happy for you to answer now. I'm happy to go to 4.2. I'll go to 4.2. Thank you. I'm presuming questions about lake woods and refugia, surface water refugia, may also be under 4.2.
What were the questions, Member for Johnson?
SREBA identified more than 100 surface water refugia and groundwater dependent ecosystems. There's two parts of the question. One is how many have formal protection against long-term impacts and whether risks to lake woods and its catchment from cumulative groundwater extraction have been assessed.
We'll do that in 4.2, Member for Johnson, just so we have the necessary departmental people at the table.
Great. Okay. I think probably all the rest of my questions are about would come under 4.2. I've got a broader question, which is whether there's any single assessment, integrated assessment that the Minister can table that considers cumulative impacts over decades across water, biodiversity, climate emissions and future generations in relation to the Beetaloo.
Thank you, Member for Johnson. Through the Chair, I think I've answered about the cumulative impacts and the work that the NTEPA will have to do into the future as the Beetaloo develops.
Thank you. I agree. Are there any other questions on 2.1, sorry?
Yeah, I've got a few. Thank you.
Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, your department undertook a review of licence conditions for hydrocarbon facilities in the Darwin area to ensure human health risks from air emissions are adequately addressed. That review was due to be completed this month. Has it been completed and will you be making it public?
Thank you very much, Member for Daly. I'll pass on to the Chief Executive, who can pass on to the relevant person to talk about that development.
Tess Cole-Adams, Executive Director, Environment Regulation. That review is being undertaken by the department on behalf of the NTEPA. The NTEPA expects to finalise the report by August, which is a slightly revised date, and it will be made public once it's finalised.
Thank you. So public put up online or?
Yes.
Yep, put up online. In August when it's released, or
By the
will
end of
they'll have to
August,
go
yes.
through the Minister to be approved, or
It's
straight through the department?
It's a NTEPA review.
Oh, sorry, yep. Thank you. Back through the Chair. Minister, in February this year, the NT Chief Health Officer and NTEPA released a joint statement saying that levels of hydrocarbons like benzene and toluene from IMPEX emissions were low risk to human health. Can you table the reviews, data risk assessments that were undertaken to come to that conclusion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member for Daly. Those reports are public.
Thank you. And did, from those reports and did the investigation, did they find any issues with the levels of hydrocarbons, and what informed your policy position on new legislation for the air quality monitoring?
Thank you very much, Member for Daly. And it is a good question in regards to both the assessments that were undertaken by the CHO and an independent Chief Health Officer. What's really important is that from those assessments, there was found to be no risk to human health. What our government is doing going forward is that we've been unashamed in saying that we want to develop not only Middle Arm, but we want to develop around Darwin, both at Middle Arm, both at the East Arm. And we want to be able to ensure that we give certainty to the community that what we are doing in this space does not harm the quality of the air and does not harm residents that live nearby. That is why we've undertaken to ensure that there's, for the first time in the Northern Territory, air quality monitoring that will look at those VOCs that you spoke about, which is benzene, toluene and other such volatile organic compounds, because we know the assessments that have been done by the health professionals have proved that there is no risk to humans, but we want to give certainty to the community that on any given day they can look up the air quality monitoring stations, see the levels live, and be able to make their own assumptions in regards to that. So it's about providing certainty, but also being able to say to people that we can continue to develop areas around Darwin Harbour, around Darwin, whilst ensuring that it is safe to do so.
Thank you, Minister. Through the Chair, Minister, also the NTEPA, they recommended that further assessments are required around the cumulative impact of all emissions sources in the Darwin region. Is that work currently happening?
Thank you, Member for Daly. Yeah, so essentially that is what the air quality monitoring will achieve. Over a long period of time, it's about that cumulative effect on human health, and these air quality monitoring stations that will be stationed around Darwin, Palmerston and obviously Middle Arm. It will measure the particulates in the air and be able to tell us the levels that are floating around essentially. And obviously there are known safe levels. There's different levels depending on whether you're in Europe or in Australia. The NTEPA will set those guidelines. Yeah, they will use the established health guidelines to ensure that the community has confidence in what is being reported, and it's really important to acknowledge that it will be the emitters that will pay for this. So it's estimated to be about $2 million in infrastructure upgrades. We currently have 3 air quality monitoring stations around Darwin and Palmerston, but they don't measure for VOCs. So it's about improving the quality of those and then adding in another 3. And then industry will also pay around $400,000 per year to ensure that air quality monitoring can continue to occur and that all the necessary tests on the equipment to make sure it's up to date and operating as it should can occur.
Thank you, Minister. Back through the Chair. So, Minister, I think you stated that if emitters will have to pay for this, I'm assuming that's if you find through the monitoring it's too high for human health?
No. So it's a good
that?
question. I'll just... So thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Executive. So if you're a large hydrocarbon facility, and obviously I can use 2 examples because they're very well known to people like Impex or Santos, you will pay on a cost recovery model. So we'll work out how much it's going to cost to obviously put the air quality monitoring in place and then issue the bill to the industry. And it's about giving certainty to the community whilst not putting any burden on the taxpayer, that the large emitters in Darwin Harbour are doing everything that they can to ensure that the air we all breathe is safe.
Thank you, Minister. So just to go back, so what happens when emissions are too high? Like the air quality is not good for humans.
Absolutely. So I've spoken with the NTEPA about this at length because I really wanted to understand myself what would occur. So as you start to see levels increase in the airshed, they will then go and speak to those proponents because obviously we won't know exactly which one it is, and they will find out what's been happening in regards to their operating procedures, whether all their acid gas incinerators have been online or not. And from that, they will either be able to say, right, well, you need to make sure you get whatever machinery isn't operating online straight away, or rectify the issues that we're seeing. So it's what it will give is it will give the NTEPA, the Independent Statutory Authority, the ability to see what is happening in real time and then be able to react. And it won't be a one day we see a huge increase. It will be you'll be able to see the particulates in the air slowly increasing, and then as a result, the NTEPA will be able to act as a result. And the goal of this is to make the Northern Territory one of the best places in the world as far as regulation and as far as these production plants are regulated, thank you. So to make sure that we're doing everything in the Northern Territory to give confidence to the community that these places are regulated and that we can see in live terms what is occurring in our area.
Thank you. So I suppose my next question is around like how we ensure those emitters aren't under-reporting, considering we've seen that recently with INPEX, for example.
Absolutely, Member Daly. This is how we ensure that there is no under-reporting, because we will now have live data showing us exactly what is in our air, and it will be able to tell us what the safe levels are and if those large emitters are meeting those.
Thank you. And just on that, what regulatory or legislative action has been taken against INPEX for under-reporting the pollutant emissions?
So my understanding is that is still under investigation by the NTEPA, and they will obviously report back on any findings they have.
No problem. Do you know, do you have a timeline for that when they'll report back?
No, I don't, but it's a thorough investigation they're conducting to ensure that if there was any wrongdoing that has occurred, that obviously, they find that out and report on that to the community.
No problem. Thank you. That's all I had around air quality, if anyone else wanted to follow up. Yep.
Member for Johnston.
Minister, can you confirm that the health reports you mentioned earlier are based on the Darwin LNG INPEX self-reporting, which, as we know, were found to be under-reporting to the scale of 130 times?
For that specific information, I will pass to Tesco Adams. Thank you.
Sorry, could I just ask you to clarify which review you're pointing to?
In terms of under-reporting or in terms of the...
So INPEX and INPEX did further provided the EPA with modelling work and monitoring data in the wake of them revealing the under-reporting that was based on their revised estimates. And then the NTPA engaged an independent air quality specialist to review INPEX's modelling and monitoring data, and those reports were then put online that basically said the modelling...
Excuse me, Ms Cole Adams, can I just get you to move your microphone a little bit closer and... Yep, you're very quiet. Thank you.
And those reports were then put online, and they basically assured that the modelling and monitoring data that had been provided by INPEX was sound.
Thank you. So the health reports just referenced by the Minister were not relying on that earlier data?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. Minister, I would like to say I'm very pleased to hear today that you've listened to the sustained concerns and advocacy from the community about the health risks relating to pollution from LNG plants in Darwin. And my view, and I put a motion to the Chamber about this, is that the air quality monitoring should have been in place a long time ago. Am I correct in understanding that, and I think you've just said this, what we will have now is 3 fixed air monitors?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. So in total, my information is that there will be 6 and 6 stations, and that will give live readouts of the air quality around the Darwin airshed.
Thank you, Minister. So, Minister, there's community concerns that as these monitors are fixed, there's no way to capture the air levels over residential areas because the pollutants don't stay fixed, with factors like wind impacting their direction. How can the community be confident the monitoring does in fact capture accurate measurements across Darwin and the Palmerston region?
Absolutely, Member for Johnson. There is science, and I'll just get a bit of information. Yeah. So I think what's important is that we currently have 3 that monitor the air quality. The new stations will increase the areas that can be picked up by this, and they will be placed in such a way that they pick up those population areas. So people can be assured that the station that is nearby is monitoring the air, and it will be able to tell us in real time what is in that air, whether there's any levels of VOCs.
Sorry, Minister. So you're, from what I can understand from your response to that, the air monitors are strategically placed so it doesn't, like whether the wind changes, it will capture the quality of the air.
Yeah, and I think it's important to acknowledge the current 3 are at the edge of residential areas, so we completely acknowledge the concerns of the community, but this is really about giving everyone certainty going forward. We want to be able to show the community that what is happening with the industrialisation of Middle Arm and other areas around the harbour is safe to do so. And the air quality monitoring will give everyone the real-time data to be able to give that confidence, whilst also ensuring those that do emit VOCs continue to better themselves to emit less and less over time. And I think that is really what we're working towards here.
Sorry, just your microphone, Member for Johnston.
If a company like Impex, for example, is found to be emitting high levels of benzene and other VOCs, what will happen?
And I think this is the whole point that we're trying to get to, and I spoke to it previously. We will be able to see, and it won't just be all of a sudden a huge spike, we will see increasing VOCs captured by these air quality monitoring if that occurs, and the NT-EPA will be able to go to the producers of them and say what is happening at your plant that means that there's an increase in VOCs, and we'll be able to ensure that that is rectified, and it will be in real time.
Thank you. And has there been any consideration of a mobile monitoring device?
I knew you were going to bring this up because I was listening to ABC Darwin this morning, as you were.
Oh, no, I was hearing estimates, Minister, so I didn't hear ABC
You
Darwin.
didn't hear it. I heard you on there.
But well before you, so
This is just a question for the Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In regards to the air monitoring, a mobile station that is up for however long is not as accurate as ones that are in place monitoring the change in air quality over a period of time. And that speaks to that cumulative impact that we're talking about. There will be a technical review, which is identifying the best locations for up to 3 new stations, and the locations will be guided by population density, industrial activity, and prevailing winds.
Thank you. And just in relation to the data being available, I think you said that's going to be real-time data available. What's the mechanism for that?
So the EPA website, I believe that already reports on the air quality currently, but obviously doesn't pick up those VOCs. So it will be in the same manner, but obviously including the VOCs.
Thank you. And Minister, your government commissioned an independent review regarding Ichthys LNG emissions, and they raised significant concerns in that report. Is your department committed to implementing all of the recommendations identified in that report?
Yes.
Was that yes? Thank you. I appreciate your
No,
brevity.
that's all right. That's all right. The advice I have from the department is yes.
Thank you. And is there any further detail on that, as in timeframes or?
Thank you. For that level of detail, I will pass to Ms Tess-Cole-Adams.
I might need to quickly get up the recommendations. I can speak to each of them. But just, sorry, Paul. I'm very sorry. I will be 1 second while I get them up and then I can respond to them.
Just in relation to that question, Member for Johnston, are you asking for responses on each individual recommendation, or do you just want a time frame and some bit of information about when they might be implemented?
Thank you for your assistance, Chair. I mean, broadly timeframe and when we can expect to, and that this may be publicly available, I'm not sure. So if it is, that would be good to know.
So the first recommendation related to better emissions reporting and ensuring that any future reporting could be trusted. And so in relation to that, the NTEPA issued an audit notice to INPEX to have their revised methodology independently reviewed. That is due 30th of June. And that will go on the NTEPA register. In relation to there was a recommendation around further air quality assessment that is occurring in two parts. So INPEX is doing further modelling work as a hindcast model. So that's to look at the period of the underreporting and to ensure that it includes all cumulative emissions and all whole of facility emissions. There will also then be further work to do forecast modelling, which is looking at, in the context of future development in the harbour, what might those cumulative emissions look like. There was a recommendation around, depending what that further modelling showed, to do a further human health risk assessment. It will be a bit subject to what that modelling shows as to whether that's required and who would then do that further human health risk assessment if required would need to be resolved. And then the last one was in relation to independent monitoring, which goes to the announcements today around improving monitoring for the Darwin Airshed.
Thank you, Ms Cole-Adams and Minister. Just a couple more questions. Just following up on an earlier question, what would happen if INPEX, for example, I think I asked what will happen if they're found to be emitting high levels of benzene and other VOCs. Will there be any sanctions if that happens?
Thank you very much, Member for Johnson. That'll be at the discretion of the NTEPA, and I think that's important. They're the independent statutory authority, so it'll be up to them as to what action they take.
Thank you. And in the context of historically, hindcast, I hadn't heard that expression before. Historically, severe underreporting of emissions by INPEX. Has your department considered whether they are a fit and proper person to hold a licence in the Northern Territory?
I think it's important to note that the investigations that are currently being undertaken by the NTEPA are looking at a range of factors, and I look forward to seeing the decision based on their investigations.
Thank you, Minister.
That's all questions. Member for Johnston? Member for Daly?
Thank you. I've still got, do you have another one? All right. I just got two questions on the circular economy. Minister, what funding is in the budget to progress the circular economy strategy?
Thank you, Member for Daly. When we talk about the circular economy, I guess what our government's focused on primarily is what I spoke about earlier in regards to the container deposit scheme. There's a range of other things that I guess can be looked at and factored in that other jurisdictions, whether they be councils or otherwise, are sort of up to and responsible for as it relates to waste management. That's sort of the answer I have for you, I guess, in that particular space.
Thank you. But the question was around the budget. What funding has been allocated?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Desiree. So in regards to the circular economy, there's a team that works on this from government. There are 5 FTEs, and I have been just handed by Desiree, thank you very much, in regards to those staff costs, which obviously assist in the circular economy, around $840,000.
Thank you. So that's costing in terms of staff, but within the strategy, and I think there's 3 priority areas, am I correct, within that strategy? So you just mentioned the container deposit laws, but are there any other priorities within that strategy that the government's progressing, and is there budget allocated to that?
Thank you very much, Member for Daly. In regards to the circular economy, the Northern Territory Government continues to work with stakeholders, including improving education, that clean recycling helps reduce contamination. So I guess that again harks back to our CDS. We're investigating ways to encourage further investment in waste and resource recovery, waste to energy, and develop broader waste action plans. So I'll give you an example of this. The government is contributing to the City of Darwin scoping study on the NT's waste to energy plan, so it's a more broader plan. Promote expansion of the container deposit scheme, which I've spoken about, promoting greater product stewardship, especially in relation to problem waste such as end-of-life solar panels and batteries, and leveraging opportunities to improve outcomes from existing and emerging product stewardship schemes. So the NT participates in the National Solar Panel Recycling Pilot, which aims to establish 100 collection sites nationally, including in regional and remote areas. The scale of solar farms in remote areas of the NT makes us an ideal location for solar panel recycling, possibly through a national pilot. So those are a few things, Member for Daly.
Thank you, Minister. Back through the chair. I think I heard you say broader waste action plans. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
I'm just reading what I've said to you, Member for Daly. I've spoken about the support we're providing in regards to improving education, promoting expansion of the container, investigate ways to encourage further investment, promoting greater product stewardship, and leveraging opportunities to improve outcomes for existing emerging product stewardship schemes.
Okay, but you talked about some sort of action plans within there. I was trying to pick up on that.
I've just spoken to the other waste management strategies.
But no action plans.
So I've spoken to a number of actions that are occurring as part of waste management strategies.
Okay, so there's definitely no action plans within that.
Member for Daly, I think he's already answered the question. I think we can move on to the next question.
Action plans. I was just trying to figure out how many that'd been activated.
I think he's responded to that line of questioning a couple of times now.
It's all right, Madam Speaker.
There's a lot he read, so I can give him
There
time.
is a lot that I read. There is a number of things that are occurring in ways that we're investigating ways to encourage further investment in waste and resource recovery. So we work with industry, we work with councils, we work with a range of other people to ensure that we're all working together to achieve certain outcomes. Yep.
What outcomes would they be?
I can think of a number in regards to waste management, in regards to ensuring that we're expanding the container deposit scheme so that more waste doesn't end up in landfill. I've just spoken about the solar panels and stewardship schemes because it's something that currently councils are speaking to us about. There's a range of things that are ending up in landfill currently that if we work on these, and we work in these spaces, whether it be with private proponents or others, that we can reduce the amount of items that end up in our landfill, which can add to that circular economy.
Thank you, Minister. That's all in regards to the circular economy, unless anyone else.
For output 2.1, do you have any more questions for output 2.1?
No, I've got some on output 2.2.
Any more questions
Just a
on
question,
output 2.1, Member for Johnston?
Thank you, Chair. Which output would PFAS come under, Minister?
PFAS in land or PFAS in water? Member for Johnson, that's the question I'm being asked to ask you.
To connect it.
Both? It's in relation to broad monitoring. So
Beautiful. Yep, ask us the question and we'll see if we have the necessary experts at the table to be able to answer your question for you.
Thank you, Minister. The first one is specifically about water, however. Minister, in your March response to my question in Parliament, which I thank you for, you outlined ongoing PFAS monitoring in Rapid Creek, including monthly wet season sampling and annual reporting by Defence. What's the most recent PFAS data available for Rapid Creek and Ludmilla Creek, and when was it published?
Just reading the information so I get the right thing to you, Member for Johnson. If you could just repeat the question, I'll make sure I get the right bit of information.
What is the most recent PFAS data available for Rapid Creek and Ludmilla Creek, and when was it published?
Member for Johnson, I'm being advised that the actual quantifying of that would be water resources, so I will endeavour to get you that answer during 4.2.
Thank you. And just to give you a heads up, I will also ask about what trend analysis has been undertaken of PFAS levels in those two creeks since 2017.
Thank you, Member for Johnson. We will endeavour to get that answer for you by the time 4.2 comes around.
Appreciated. My other questions are more broad. So, Minister, how many PFAS-affected sites are currently identified in the Northern Territory under EPA oversight? And which ones are subject to ongoing monitoring?
Thank you very much, Member for Johnson. I've been informed that in regards to date, there have been 4 Section 48 notices issued under the Act in relation to PFAS contamination at fire and rescue sites across the NT. They include Alice Springs, Darwin and Batchelor fire stations, subject to audit notices. And there's a review underway of work undertaken to date to determine whether additional investigations are required.
Thank you. And in light of ongoing, so are they the only PFAS-affected sites, to your knowledge, that are being investigated or that the department's aware
That's
of?
just in relation to ours. Obviously, Defence and the Commonwealth are managing contaminated sites linked to defence facilities under the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Environment and Water, so that's under the Commonwealth. The Northern Territory Government provides representation on the Commonwealth-led PFAS National Coordinating Body, which oversees the coordinates PFAS management activities linked to defence estates. This includes RAAF Base Tyndall near Katherine. And that is exposure from defence sites. The only other one I can see. So the PFAS has impacted the groundwater used for drinking water supply in Katherine area, and to address this, Defence works with Power and Water Corporation to treat the PFAS impacted water before it enters the town water supply. So that's all information that I believe is commonly available.
Thank you, Minister. And just given the scale of PFAS litigation now, nationally and internationally, does the department, has the department considered any financial or liability risk modelling in relation to potential territory exposure arising from ongoing PFAS contamination?
No, we haven't done any financial litigation modelling.
Thank you. Have you considered that in any of your planning?
Thank you very much. It is more a question for Treasury in regards to that, and I do note, I believe it was a recent announcement by the federal government who are undertaking legal action in that space.
Thank you. So just to be clear, in terms of the Northern Territory Government, I understand it's a Treasury question, but from your department's perspective, it's something that will be dealt with by the Commonwealth or by Treasury, if that was the case.
In regards to that financial modelling, the Department of Lands, Planning and Environment would not be the ones that are modelling the financial impact through this.
And is there any cost in terms of Northern Territory specifically affected PFAS sites, not Commonwealth ones? Is there any costs associated with monitoring, regulatory oversight, public health response for whatever the NT government is responsible for?
So I guess the work that the department is doing is that review, which is underway, of work undertaken to date to determine whether additional investment is required in regards to those sites I spoke about at Alice Springs, Darwin and Bachelor fire stations. So that's sort of the work that's being undertaken at the moment. And I imagine out of that, it will inform further actions that need to be taken.
Minister, you may have said this, but in terms of that work and that review, is there a time frame for that?
No, I don't have a time frame in front of me. Sorry, Member for Johnson.
Could you take that on notice?
Would you like to speak to it? I'll pass across to Ms. Tess Cole-Adams for further information.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the NTEPA is requiring audits on those sites, and those audit notices are publicly available online and have the dates that the audit reports are due. I understand a number of them are overdue, and so we work with NT Police and Fire Emergency Services, who are the ones subject to the notice on meeting those obligations and reviewing what further work is required to be done.
So through the Minister, in terms of any ongoing plan, you would need to have that information to be able to, or that audited information to be able to look at any ongoing plan, is that right? I'm interested in timeframes of when we might know if there is anything, where things are up to, what might need to happen.
Yeah, and generally the trigger, this is just generally speaking for contaminated land generally, the trigger for work would be some sort of change of land use or some sort of evidence that there was impacts off-site.
Can I ask just one other specific question asked by a constituent to me, which you may or may not be able to answer, but I was informed that the Shear Street site was PFAS contaminated, and that was the reason the development didn't go ahead. I don't know whether that's...
No, it's not contaminated with PFAS, Member for Johnson.
Thank you. Is it contaminated with anything else?
Yes, there's an old chemical called dieldrin that was used in the extermination of termites in the bad old days. That's the issue with that site.
Thank you. I used to live next door to there, so that's good to know.
Not if you live next door. Just don't grow any vegetables out of it.
Thank you. Are there any further questions
Okay,
on
just to
output?
confirm from the department, it's all gone now. It's been rectified. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Any further questions on output group 2.1? No? Okay, that concludes consideration of output 2.1. The committee will now proceed to output 2.2, environment regulation. Are there any questions? Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Minister. Minister, why did you cut funding for environmental regulation last financial year?
Can we just confirm, Member for Daly, so we get you the right information, which budgetary figures you're looking at?
It was in regards to... I'd have to go back and find it. Like environmental regulation.
Yeah. Original and revised figures?
Yep.
Is it that one? Thank you very much. Member for Daly, the reduction in figure that you're seeing relates to a transfer between years to support the removal of tyres from a contaminated site. The other figure relates to internal realignment transfer between divisions, environmental assessment and policy to environmental regulation, a reduction relating to contribution towards the Office of the Commissioner for Public Employment Centralised Leadership Program, and an increase relating to non-cash depreciation. So that's the change in figure that you will see there. That's the reason for it. It's not a reduction. It's moving money.
Shifting it across to... Yep.
Yep. Yeah, and a realignment of that funding from environmental assessment to environmental regulation. Or environmental regulation or environmental assessment. Yeah. Okay, they used to be one, and they're now two. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Minister. Minister, last year you removed the requirement for the NTEPA to provide advice on all onshore gas environmental management plans. Previous to that, the NTEPA had assessed and provided advice on 43 EMPs. Can you outline the process for monitoring environmental impacts of onshore gas if the environmental regulator isn't doing it?
I can tell you why I did it, Member for Daly. It was because the chair of the NTEPA wrote to me and said that it was no longer required. So I think that probably answers that question fairly well.
Why wasn't it required? Do you remember what was put in that letter? Or what he wrote to you?
Thank you very much, Member for Daly. Through, Madam Chair. So what was made clear? Thank you very much. I have the much more longer version. The NTEPA's advice in relation to every EMP not being required by territory law is not it's not a requirement in any other jurisdiction. So essentially the NTEPA was doing work that wasn't required anywhere else across Australia and is not required for other industries across the Northern Territory. But the petroleum regulation team in the department, and I note this, are highly experienced and skilled in environmental impact assessment and can determine when independent advice from the NTEPA is required for more strategic environmental matters or when there is a potential for significant impact under the Environmental Protection Act. It's also really important to note that should the NTEPA deem it necessary, they can assess and pull in any EMP they wish and to have further assessment in regards to it. Over the last 7 years, the team gained sufficient experience and expertise in assessing EMPs that has grown to mature and be that trusted regulator. So this is affirmed by the NTEPA's confidence in the environmental regulator and regulatory framework for onshore petroleum in the NT. And further to that, the NTEPA retain visibility over all EMPs, environmental management plans, and would require an environmental impact assessment or an EIS for any with potential for significant impact.
Thank you, Minister. Through the chair, so how many breaches of environmental management plans by onshore gas companies has there been in the reporting period?
Thank you, Member for Daly. There is an annual compliance report in which all breaches are made public, I guess, or the number of breaches are made public. Many of those are we're advised, or the department is advised by the proponents themselves, and I'm just trying to grab those exact numbers for you so I can read them out. Do we have the... I can pass to Ms. Tez Cole-Adams for further information.
Thank you, Minister. There's two key reporting mechanisms. The interest holders themselves are required to report. They do that quarterly for any what are called recordable incidents, and then they have an annual report as well. On top of that, the department does an annual compliance summary where we provide a report on all compliance work undertaken by the department, which includes inspections and enforcement action taken.
So you don't have the number of breaches? How many, like the list?
I think that is contained in the reports that the companies provide because they're self-reporting on their non-compliances and their incidents.
Companies themselves are self-reporting?
Yes, but then we as the regulator are doing checks and audits and inspections of those.
Okay, and how many people have breached? Or, sorry, how many proponents have breached, I should say?
How many proponents?
Yeah.
So for the... In the reporting period, what I have is that there were 2 warning letters issued and there were 7 fines issued or penalty infringement notices, which were for a mix of ongoing misreporting and breaches of chemical storage requirements.
Thank you. So were there any prosecutions?
Not in the reporting period.
Yep. All right. And you mentioned, I think you said 7 fines. Was that correct?
7 fines,
7
yes.
fines. Yeah, thank you.
I think the member for Johnson just has a follow-up question. Member
Just
for
actually
Johnston?
from the member for Mulca, so with a
Yeah,
very
all good.
similar line of questions, who also asked, in addition to what you just asked, during the reporting period, were there any investigations of non-compliance through the minister? Yeah. During the reporting period, were there any investigations of non-compliance?
Yes, that is what led to
Same question.
Oh, that was okay.
those
Okay, thank you.
enforcement actions.
And sorry, you may have already answered this. This is also on behalf of the member for Mooka. Who were infringement notices and environmental audit notices served to, and for what reason?
The ones for underreporting were issued to, I'm having a complete blank. I'm hoping my team come through with the goods very quickly. No?
3 a.m. it'll come back to you.
There was one or two to Tamboran, and then the remainder were to another company. And the name is just.
Is this something we can come back to, Member for Johnston, while the information is gathered?
Peak Helium.
Sorry, so did you say there were 7 fines and 2 warning letters?
No, sorry. 2 warning letters, 7 fines.
Yeah.
I think the warning letters were also in relation to Tamboran.
Okay, thank you. I'll hand back.
Are there any other further questions relating to output 2.2?
Oh, yes. Oh, sorry.
Member for Johnston?
Thank you. Minister, before approving Santos's proposal to drill up to 12 appraisal wells at Burgoyne station, sorry, not pronounced properly, what environmental assessment processes did the project undergo, and what specific risks to groundwater, surface water, threatened species and greenhouse gas emissions were assessed?
Thank you, Member for Johnson. So as part of the assessments, the proponent had to undergo a very detailed environmental management plan, and I'm just getting a bit more information in regards to that. I can assure you there are volumes and pages of assessment, all things that they need to. Yep. Yeah. The environmental management plan met the approval criteria under the regulations by including all information required that was appropriate for the nature and scale of the activity, and the plan demonstrated environmental impacts and risks are reduced to an acceptable level. The assessment considered risks of groundwater and surface water interactions for Hot Valley Springs. It also assessed climate change due to greenhouse gas emissions and the occurrence of the Carpentaria grass wren in the project area.
Thank you, Minister. Are you able to table those assessment reports?
So the EMP is a document that is assessed for Madam Chair, and that is public.
Thank you. Available on your website, or where would we find that?
It's the
petroleum.com.
on
It's
the
on your
department website.
On your
that,
department's website. Thank you. Yeah.
Assesses it. Yeah. Thank you, Member for Johnson.
Thank you. Minister, has the Intergovernment Sorter received any advice on whether approval of these 12 wells could be inconsistent with or ultimately be overridden by a future EPBC assessment as a decision by the Commonwealth?
At the end of the day, any decisions relating to the EPBC Act would obviously be a matter for the federal government.
Thank you. Just wondering whether you'd sought any advice on that.
No.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Through the chair,
And just for the committee's confirmation, I just have a letter that a bit of information, the warning letters, and it's important that we get it right so that we're not upsetting anyone. The warning letters referred to earlier were not Tamboran, they were Central Petroleum. Just for the clarity of the committee is the information I've just been provided. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
it is 6:29.
reckon
We
if
will
we-
break for lunch, for dinner. We will break for dinner and come back at 7 o'clock. Thank you, everyone. Okay, welcome back everyone. We are still on output 2.2. I just want to double check if there's any more questions on output 2.2.
Thank you, Madam
No,
Chair.
we'll just get some clarification from the Minister.
Clarification. I've had the department working overtime in relation to petroleum enforcement, which was mentioned previously. There have been 6 penalty infringement notices for peak helium for underreporting, 1 penalty infringement notice to Tamboran for chemical storage, 1 warning letter to Central Petroleum, and 1 warning letter to Liberty Energy. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. So if there's no further questions on output 2.2, that concludes consideration of output 2.2. I will now call for questions on output 2.3, Northern Territory Environment Protection Authority. Are there any questions? Member for Daly?
Thank you, Chair. Minister, under the NT-EPA Act, it requires the NT-EPA to provide strategic advice to you at your request or on its own initiative. This includes reports on the NT's system of environmental management. In the last financial year, you didn't seek any strategic advice from the NT-EPA and they didn't provide you with any advice on their own initiative. Minister, how is it that you haven't sought a single piece of strategic advice from the Territory's environmental regulator on environmental management, particularly given onshore gas and other major developments coming online?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member for Daly. It's really important to acknowledge the incredible work of the department in regards to environmental regulation and assessment. It's been spoken about a number of times throughout this committee hearing this afternoon, and I have the exact same thing to say about the Northern Territory Environment Protection Agency. Everyone is doing their job, and I commend them for that. And whilst they are continuing to do their job, ensure that they're keeping proponents accountable through the regulations, through the Act, I see no need to intervene in that process that's occurring. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think the question was around intervening. It was about, as part of the Act, you can request advice on environmental management, and considering there is a number of onshore gas that has come on in the Northern Territory. So why haven't you sought any advice?
I haven't deemed it necessary, Member for Daly. It operates as an option in the law. It's not a requirement that I do that.
Even though we've seen a number of onshore gas come online, you don't think you would seek any advice from the NT-EPA as it states in the Act?
As I've said, there are environmental management plans that are put in place. There's a range of assessments that are done. I haven't deemed it necessary to seek that further information.
Thank you. Do you know why the NT-EPA haven't given you any information in regards to that?
I think that's... trying to think of the right word. The NT-EPA provide a range of advice, yeah. Thank you very much, Member for Daly. Through the Madam Chair, the NT-EPA, the NT Environmental Protection Agency, provide advice on a range of matters via channels, including reform, through approvals, and I meet with the Chair regularly. That particular provision that you're referring to is in the Act. I'm not required to utilise it.
Thank you, Minister, and through the Chair. So you did state you have met, Minister, I should say. Minister, you did state you do meet with the Chair of the NT-EPA. So given that you're not requesting any information about environmental management, what are you actually meeting about in terms of the strategic direction of environmental protections in the Northern Territory? or environmental management, I should say, in the Northern Territory?
Member for Daly, things like air quality monitoring, which are, of course, has been announced just today, which is a real positive thing for everyone living within Cooee of the Darwin Airshed. These are all important strategic and policy initiatives for which I seek a range of advice, and people provide that advice.
Thank you.
Member for Daly. Any further questions on output 2.3? Yep. Member for Johnston.
Minister, does the government consider it appropriate for the chair of the EPA to hold paid advisory or consulting roles with organisations that may have interests in industries regulated by or subject to decisions of the EPA?
Madam Chair, Member for Johnston, I want to be very clear. I have the utmost confidence in Dr Vogel and the advice that the NTEPA provides to me. I understand that Dr Vogel has never directly worked for INPEX. Some time ago, he provided consultancy services to a company, Purple, that provided services to INPEX. I know this is what you're getting at, Member for Johnston. He no longer has any commercial relationship with that company.
Thank you, Minister. That's good to hear. Has the government reviewed whether all actual, potential or perceived conflicts of interest relating to the EPA chair have been appropriately declared and managed?
In regards to the perceived conflict of interest at that time, and in accordance with the relevant provisions in the Northern Territory Environment Protection Authority Act in 2012, and in the abundance of caution, Dr Vogel took no part in discussions or decisions relating to the INPEX for a fixed period of time. That's what occurred in relation to what you're referring to, Member for Johnston.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, when concerns are raised about undisclosed interests or external appointments held in this case by the EPA chair or by anyone in your department, what process does the government follow to determine whether those interests are compatible with the role?
It's the same. The NTEPA, along with the department, manage conflicts under their enabling legislation and policy, Member for Johnston.
Sorry, Minister, on behalf of their enabling legislation, was that? Could you specify what the process is for managing conflicts of interest, or is that publicly available?
Member for Johnston, just to confirm your question, you're asking more broadly whether the department and the NTEPA, how they deal with conflicts of interest.
I'm asking explicitly what the process is for dealing with conflicts of interest and whether that process is publicly available. For people in decision-making roles.
Thank you very much, Desiree. The NTEPA manages conflicts under the Northern Territory Environment Protection Act 2012. Its meeting procedures and its conflicts of interest policy. Members must disclose relevant personal interests. The NTEPA assesses whether the Act is engaged, and where it is, the member is excluded from papers, deliberation, decision-making, and quorum for that matter.
Thank you. And is that self-regulated, like the member chooses whether they disclose?
Everyone has a conflict of interest register, Member for Johnson, and are required to disclose that when and if a conflict arises.
Thank you, Minister. Is that conflict of interest register publicly available?
No.
Thank you, Minister. Can you confirm that the Chair no longer has a strategic advisor role with VBX Limited, a miner seeking exploration licences on Melville Island?
What I can say more broadly, Member for Johnson, is that if anyone has a conflict of interest, they raise it when and if it arises and deals with it appropriately, as I've just said, through the Act.
Are you able to answer the question in relation to VBX?
No, because I'm not the chair of the NTEPA.
You are the Minister.
Absolutely. And that issue hasn't been raised with me. And I don't have that information directly in front of me.
Are you happy to take it on notice?
Member for Johnson, I believe that one of the previous questions that you asked as to whether or not those conflicts of interest are made publicly available, this then refutes your question because they can't make that public. Any conflict of interest that's actually lodged is not a publicly available document, so it can't be shared with the public. Is that correct, Minister?
I think what's important to acknowledge here, because this is what we're really getting down to, is that members must disclose relevant personal interests, and the NTEPA assesses whether the Act is engaged. So everyone has a responsibility. I have confidence in Dr. Vogel that where he is required to, he has excused himself from decision making in regards to what's been reported and the information I have in front of me, because he took time to step aside because of a perception, not an actual, a perception. So I think if you want to ask or get to the point of what you're trying to get to, I'd be more than happy to answer your questions. I can't speak on behalf of someone, Member for Johnson.
Understood, Minister. My question is about actual or perceived conflict of interest with people who hold significant decision-making power in the Territory and how Territorians can feel confident. I've heard you say there is a conflict of interest register, but it's not public. So it's up to the individual to declare that conflict. My understanding is that initially the Chair did not declare his conflict with Purple. So it's a question about how can people feel confident that potential conflicts are going to be managed or perceived conflicts are going to be managed.
And as I've stated, in regards to the NTEPA, they have their meeting procedures and their conflict of interest policy, and they comply with that. Members must disclose relevant personal interests. The NTEPA assesses whether the Act is engaged and whether a member is excluded from papers.
Thank you. Through the Chair, just to confirm, with the initial role with Purple, did the Chair disclose that, or was it disclosed publicly?
I don't have that information in front of me, Member for Johnson.
I'll move on.
Are there any other questions around output 2.3? No? Okay, that concludes consideration of output 2.3 and output group 2. The committee will now move on to output 3, heritage, output 3.1, heritage. Are there any questions? Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, during the debate on the Heritage Amendment Bill, you undertook to consult with the department regarding the possible inclusion of the opposition's Amendment 8 in a future Omnibus Bill. What progress has been made on that commitment?
Thank you very much, Member for Daly. You're not going to like the answer for this. I actually spoke to the CEO of ARPA, who said that it was not necessarily something that was necessary. Currently, there's a member of ARPA on the Heritage Advisory Committee. I'm not going to change that. as long as one day, if Labor ever gets into government, you don't change up, well then there will always be someone from the Heritage Council on there. But certainly when Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority come on, you can ask the CEO himself his views on that, because I don't want to speak for him, but I have sought advice in regards to that, and that was sort of the response I got, is that they're more there to protect sacred sites. Heritage is a different set of skills, and that's not saying that people from ARPA don't have necessary skills to ensure that heritage is also protected.
No problem, but currently it isn't legislated at this
No,
point,
it's not legislated, and I did give that undertaking that I would go and ask, and that's exactly what I've done. The information I have is that it will go to the ARPA board as well in July, so that will form the decision, I guess, going forward. If the ARPA board feel that they want to continue it and include it, I believe, when's that legislation, the omnibus? October. So between now and October, a decision will be made, and like I said, I'm quite happy to consider it, because I thought it was a reasonable thing. Whenever I'm looking at amendments to legislation, I try not to do it on the fly, because I don't know how that will impact other parts of the Act. So I've given that undertaking. I met with the CEO, he gave me his view, and the information I have now, which I'm very appreciative for, is that it will go to the ARPA board to be considered in July.
Okay, so if it is recommended to put it in the legislation, will you guarantee it will go in?
Oh, Member for Daly, guarantees are a very strong word, but
Well, you stated you'd listen to them, so I'm just trying to get your point.
Absolutely, and
So
it's a good point you raise. I think at the end of the day, what we're trying to do with the changes to the Heritage Act was make it easier to appoint members in general. Absolutely, if the ARPA board seek to formally have a seat at that table, we can certainly put in the omnibus bill come October. And I gave you that undertaking on the night of the legislation.
Yep, thank you, Minister.
You're welcome. It was a good bit of bipartisanship, I thought, at the time. But yes, it's one of those funny things where I spoke, and it was like, well, actually, it doesn't necessarily fit the role, but I completely understand it's about ensuring that we have Aboriginal people represented on the Heritage Board, and the ARPA board have a very broad range of skills that they can bring to that board. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any other questions around Output Group 3.1? No. That concludes consideration of Output Group 3. We will now move on to Output Group 4, Natural Resources, Output 4.1, Flora and Fauna. Are there any questions? Yes. Member for Daly.
I'll just wait for the changeover. If that's...
You have the floor, Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, last year your government locked in waterfowl bag limits of 7 magpie geese and 10 ducks for the first 5 years. This decision has been based on an aerial survey undertaken in July 2025 by your department. Minister, has your department done any investigation into the impact of the widespread flooding over the wet season on waterfowl populations?
Member for Daly, Madam Chair, I can confirm firsthand I took part in the waterfowl aerial survey. And what are the names of the gentlemen there, Alaric?
Tony and Mike.
Tony and Mike from the department, who do an incredible job. So it was good to actually see it firsthand. We went up very early in the morning and flew over Adelaide River floodplain. And I never thought in a million years, flying from a plane, you'd be able to actually accurately count the amount of birds. And it's been a big point of conjecture. But you can see, and I kid you not, baby geese and eggs under their mother from the height for which they fly. So it was very eye-opening for me to see the work that they do. They fly backwards and forwards in a grid formation. They only count the birds that they can see to a certain point. So it gives them a good reference to a couple of 100 metres out. And they are logging all the time with the number of birds that they can see. I thought in my mind there'd just be thousands of birds and you'd never be able to count them all. But because they do it during the wet season, whilst that floodplain's full, the birds are quite evenly dispersed and you can get a real good sense of how many there are. So to go to your question, the 2026 annual survey was completed in April this year. Preliminary analysis indicates that the population has increased from 2025 levels. Above average rainfall, to go to your point, over the 2026 wet season should contribute to an increase in the goose population due to an expansion of the area for which they can breed during those floodplain incidents, episodes. Yep. Anything else, Matthew?
Thank you, Minister. So given what you've just said, there's been an increase, so that there's definitely been no reduction with the huge flooding events that we've seen over the wet season and the impact of the floods that may have in inundating Nest. Kind of, that's a guarantee that there's been no impact.
No, so the annual survey showed
year or-
an increase.
Yeah, an increase of how much?
That's a very good
Year on
question.
year.
I'm enjoying talking about the magpie geese. I will pass to the expert on the issue, Mr. Alaric Fisher, who can further talk about the count itself and I guess what the flooding actually means for the magpie geese and their habitat.
Thank you. Alaric Fisher, Executive Director, Flora and Fauna. Thanks, Minister. Member for Daly. The floods were bad for many things, but they're actually good for magpie geese, partly because of the early start to the wet season was actually favourable. That's usually when there's large mortality of magpie geese right at the end of the dry season, whereas the early onset of the wet season was actually of benefit to this population. And also there was, because the floodplains filled, there was lots of area and resources available for nesting. So nesting levels were very high and the population estimate was 1.7 million birds. So that's a 27% increase on last year's estimate. So actually a very large, and that's about the maximum rate of increase possible for the population. So it was a very good year for magpie geese.
Thank you. So those aerial surveys, are they only done over the Adelaide River floodplains, or are there?
I'd like to speak to this. They are done over a number of floodplains, and one of the areas which the pilots or the people in the department love to go to is Arnhem Land because of its pristine environment and absolutely beautiful scenery. So they do Adelaide River, they do Arnhem Land, and there's another one.
Also in the west,
Over the Finniss and do they go near the Daly region?
go down to Water.
Yeah, and they go down to Water as well. So they know the nesting regions of the magpie geese, and they essentially travel in a grid over those known locations and count the birds in those major nesting areas.
Yep. So just the Wadair region, like Thumara region, or like was it more around Daly River region, or?
I'll pass to Dr. Alaric Fisher.
Alaric Fisher, Executive Director, Flora and Fauna. So basically, I mean, we've mapped all of the coastal lowland floodplains in the Northern Territory, and the aerial surveys cover virtually all of them. So all the way around from Blue Mud Bay through Arnhem Land, Kakadu, Mary River, Adelaide River, Finniss River floodplains, Daly River floodplains, down into Moyle, down to Wadair.
Yep. And you haven't seen a decrease, just like narrowing in on, say, the Daly River region, for example, where there was quite significant flooding events, or?
No, that area in recent years has been a real stronghold for magpie geese, and some of the largest numbers often come from that area, which is probably because the floodplains there are in particularly good condition and there's less impact from things like buffalo and pigs and weeds in those western floodplains. So no, there was no sign of like I said, the higher water levels in the floodplain are actually beneficial to geese.
Thank you, Member for Daly. Are there any other questions on output 4.2 water resources? Sorry, no, that's one ahead of that I'm supposed to be. Natural resources, flora and fauna. Any other questions? Member for Blaine.
Does your area look after, so obviously it says flora, like the different does your area research different stratas of the bushlands? Do you still maintain a IT system that was originally called Sarveg? I think it's a Java Oracle thing. I only ask because the first job I had out of uni was implementing that for the NT government. So I'm curious if it's still floating around.
Alaric, do you want me to answer this question, Minister? Alaric Fisher, Executive Director, Flora and Fauna. Member for Blaine, I vaguely recall Sarveg. It's not a system that we still use, but we have other, we have other systems for keeping that data. Yeah.
That's good news. It should be retired by now. That's it.
Thank you, Member for Blaine. Thank you. Are there any other questions on output 4.1? No. This concludes consideration of output 4.1. I now call for questions on output 4.2, water resources. Are there any questions? I know the Member for Johnson did have some that were related to this, but if you have some, you can go to Member for Daly first.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the water resources, what I can understand, has been cut by more than $5 million at the same time as the Territory Water Plan is coming to an end with nothing to replace it. Meanwhile, the Productivity Commission was found that the NT is failing to meet commitments on best practice for water management and planning. Minister, what exactly is your government's plan to improve water management and meet commitments under the National Water Initiative or the new National Water Agreement with less funding?
Thank you, Member for Daly, and I will go through the variation of the budget as it relates. So in regards to what makes up that $5 million that you've spoken about, it is the finalisation of funding for the Territory Water Plan and the Office of Water Security. There's a change in own source revenue generated related to bore testing and construction. There's a variation in regards to the National Water Grid Authority externally funded programs. They've reduced one-off contributions from other agencies towards other expenses. There's the non-cash depreciation. The Alice Springs Aquifer Protection Study, that was a once-off funding. There was a variation in regards to the Department of Corporate and Digital Development's automation of human resource application. The reduction relating to contribution towards resourcing for OCPE. And then there were a few increases as well that have gone into that, but I guess you're more worried about the overall. So the biggest one there was the finalisation of funding for the Territory Water Plan.
Yep. Thank you.
Where's that now?
Was that through the chair? So, Minister, you mentioned the finalisation of the Territory Water Plan. How many actions under the plan were completed, and how many remain outstanding, and which actions were not delivered? I've got a fair bit coming up.
Thank you, Member for Daly. So it is important to note that the Territory Water Plan was only funded for 3 years under the previous government, and it set out a 3-year approach to strategic water management. Obviously, without the ongoing funding, all the operations of the Office of Water Security will be rolled into the Water Resources Division, which will coordinate with the Northern Territory Government National Water Grid funding proposals. So it's dedicated funding. The DLP and NT government agencies and Power and Water will continue to deliver water security projects in line with core business activities, and they do this through applying through that water grid funding. Now, you asked about key achievements, is that right?
Yes. How many actions were completed under that water plan?
Well, I can't speak to the previous Territory Water Plan, but I can speak to what our government's done over the last financial year, which is secure a further $31.1 million in national water grid funding. We've delivered 9 remote community water forums with a further 5 planned before 30 June 2026. There's been an expansion of the Living Water Smart program with the release of the Top End and Central Australia Ultimate Irrigation User Guides, an installation of 192 loggers to help detect leaks and save water in regional businesses. Delivered the Water Efficiency Training Program, released community education series of products including Know Your Bore and Know Your Water, delivered water legislative reform to improve water trading opportunities and support economic development, and received 2 industry recognition awards from the NT Australian Water Association, including Infrastructure Project Innovation Award for the Remote Community Water Forums and Organisational Excellence Award for the NTG Water Demand Strategy. Well done, Ms Nerida Bird, Executive Director of Water Resources.
Thank you. Minister, moving on to Alice Springs, the Alice Springs Water Allocation Plan. There was public consultation done on that plan, and it closed on the 17th of March 2026. How many submissions were received, and when does the government expect to release its response to the community feedback?
Thank you, Member for Daly. I'll just get the number of submissions. I think it's important to note there were a number of things that were raised throughout that community consultation period, as well as the community consultation period. I have lots of people coming up to me at the markets raising their concerns that they had with the plan. It's important that we continue the important work of the department and educating people about what the plan means. There will be a plan out for discussion in July, is what I'm being advised. Does that sound? Oh, there'll be a plan for me to make a decision on in July. There you go. So it will take into consideration all the concerns that the community have raised. And was there a specific question, Member for Daly? How many submissions?
How many submissions?
I think we're just trying to find that, because it was...
And the other part to Minister was when will that be released, the community feedback, the report? I think you might have mentioned it.
Yeah, so on the declaration of the plan, it's all there for everyone to see. So it allows everyone to have their say, for the consultation piece to be considered by myself as a minister, and then for the plan to be put in place. So it's what's happened with all the other water plans, and we're just working through that process.
Yeah, but you don't have how many people submitted into that water? Into the public consultation?
Yep, we do. I'm just getting that number. Okay.
That's all right. I can ask a couple more questions.
Yeah, we'll make sure we get it for you. Keep
not,
going, Member for Daly, and we'll make sure we come back. I'm writing it down. Number of submissions.
Do you want me to put it as a...
Right out, keep going.
I'll ask these next questions, and if they don't...
Yep,
yeah.
That's it.
Thank you. And Minister, what were the key themes raised during the consultation on the draft Alice Springs Water Allocation Plan, considering you said many people brought up issues with you at the markets as well, and were there any changes made to the draft as a result?
So the biggest issue that people raised with me was the changing of the zones. So there were originally 5 zones and it's gone down to 3. And what people believed was that there were areas that were now no longer being calculated as part of the Alice Springs plan. Now, the reason the department has done this, and I'll just check with my executive director. And the reason they did that was because the areas that were outside the plan were naturally constrained by how much you could actually extract. So it was mainly for rural areas where it was just for low yields. And the issue some people had with it was they thought that was by design being kept outside of the water allocation plan, so then a massive subdivision could be put in, which simply wasn't the case. You'd require rezoning, you'd require all these things. So there was community concern that for some reason areas were being taken out because there was going to be all this development or farming, but it was purely because they were restricted by the amount of water they could actually take out of the ground, because it was, for the large part, big rural blocks in those areas that did not use much water at all.
Thank you, Minister. And what assessments have been undertaken on the environmental impacts of increasing the estimated sustainable yield, particularly on groundwater-dependent ecosystems and river red gums?
For that level of detail, I will pass to Executive Director Nerida, who I know is chomping at the bit to answer. So thank you very much, Member for Daly.
Thank you, Minister. Nerida Beard, Executive Director, Water Resources. Yes, so in terms of assessments, before any water allocation plan is altered, we have a water resource assessment that is released. That was released in June last year, 2025. It's quite a comprehensive report. It details the previous certainly the previous 5 years of data collection since the plan was constructed. It also covers off some very long-term data about the water resources of the region. That work has also had an updated model of the resources of the region and incorporated some recent data from a drilling program in the immediate years previous. What that assessment told us was that the Mereenie aquifer is larger and more connected in the different units than we first anticipated. And so what the plan also does is, using that information, it actually consolidates the different Mereenie aquifers that we understood in previous plans might be separate. We'll now be managing those as one unit. And that was another part of the change in the current plan, the new plan.
Sorry. I'm assuming.
No, that's it.
Yeah. I think she's got it. Yeah.
We've got it. We'll get it for you, Member for Daly.
Here we go.
Yep, that's all right. You can answer it, Nerida.
Thank you, Minister. Nerida Beard, Executive Director, Water Resources. We had 18 submissions via survey, 9 written submissions, and 3 submissions that included both. So in total, that's 30 submissions.
Yeah. Thank you. Moving on, Minister, I'm just going to go to Singleton. Does the Minister support the guidelines determination that up to 30% of groundwater-dependent trees can be destroyed in the Western Devonport Water Control District?
Thank you, Member for Daly. Madam Chair, it's really important to understand the licence, which was previously granted under the Labor government in regards to Singleton, is yet to be realised in any way, shape or form. There's a number of reporting requirements as they continue, if they ever get to the point where they can extract any sizable amount of water out of that aquifer. And there's a whole range of, I'm trying to think of the right. So it's a staged approval. The maximum allowable is unlikely to ever be met, and there's guidelines that also advises protections. So there's a number of protections in place relating to the question that you've asked.
Thank you. Was there any scientific evidence to support the 30% of groundwater-dependent trees in the Western Devonport Water Control District?
I'll pass on to the Executive Director of Water Resources, Nerida Beard.
Executive Director, Water Resources, Nerida Beard. Yes, there was some scientific work to map groundwater-dependent ecosystems using spatial science. That guideline was released, science work was released prior to the guideline and directly informed the guidelines release in 2021.
And just to add to that, Member for Daly, the guidance that is being provided talks about impact, not about destruction.
Thank you, Minister. And Minister, do you know if the member for Barclay supports the Singleton groundwater project? Despite major opposition
you'd have
from
to
Mr.
ask the member for Barclay, Member for Daly.
Well, you know, consuming your cabinet colleagues, I would assume that you'd speak about this. And given that it's
Member
in
for
his
Daly,
electorate.
I don't think the minister's going to speak on any other minister's behalf.
it's a
So
no.
can you please direct questions related to the minister?
I'll take that as a no.
Don't infer
thank
anything, Member
you.
for
So, yeah,
Daly.
that's
Don't
all I've
infer
got.
what they're saying, please. Does any Member for Johnston?
Chair. Minister, just following up on my questions to do with PFAS in waterways. I think the first question which you suggest I ask in this output is what's the most recent data available for Rapid Creek and Ludmilla Creek and when was that published?
So the Rapid Creek and Ludmilla Creek, it is monitored by the Commonwealth and Department of Defence. It's been monitored annually since 2018. The PMAP, the PFAS management plan, and it was last published in 23-24, Member for Johnson. Publicly available on their website.
Thank you. And so it's done annually but hasn't been published since 24. Yes. And the second
Member for
question
Johnson.
was what analysis, if any, has been undertaken of PFAS levels over time since 2017?
So that goes to that report, I guess, that I've just spoken about, that since 2018 there's been annual monitoring in regards to those areas, Rapid Creek and Ludmilla Creek.
Does that indicate whether concentrations are increasing, decreasing or remaining stable?
I'll pass to Nerida Beard, Executive Director of Water Resources, for a more fulsome response. Member for
Thank you,
Johnson.
Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Nerida Beard, Executive Director, Water Resources. So the Department of Defence managed their monitoring program through a PFAS management area plan. They last updated that plan in 2025, and then they publish reports that describe over time the change in levels. Their most recent report provided that risk to the community and the environment has not changed over the reporting period, and precautionary advice remains in place.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister.
Member for Johnston, do you have any more questions
I do.
for this output?
4.2.
Yep. Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair. Since the new Aboriginal Water Reserve legislation commenced, how many Aboriginal organisations, communities or traditional owners have accessed, applied for or benefited from water made available through the Aboriginal Water Reserve?
Thank you, Member for Daly. It was one of my biggest frustrations when coming to this role that the Aboriginal Water Reserve hadn't been activated. We made legislative change to enable it to be more easily accessible, and we're currently working and engaging with a range of Aboriginal organisations about a development prospectus that represents the organisation's development interests and markets their aspirations to future partners. So it's about trying to liaise with Aboriginal organisations, liaise with people that want to utilise that water and try to really get that economic benefit on the ground for Aboriginal people through the Aboriginal Water Reserve, because that's what it's there for. It's there to be utilised. It's there for economic development. Should people choose to utilise it for that? And absolutely, we want to see it happen.
Thank you. But you didn't answer the question. I asked how many community organisations, traditional owners, Aboriginal organisations, has the Aboriginal Water Reserve been available to?
Available to?
It's a figure of how many people?
It's available to many as laid out as part of the water allocation plan.
Let me reword it. Applied for.
Yeah, there've been none that have actually formally applied for, and that's the frustration. We continue to try to work with those Aboriginal organisations to facilitate that pathway. And the inquiries are increasing, I'm told, by the Executive Director of Water Resources. So it's promising, but we need to get them across the line, because that's what the water is there for. It's there as part of the Aboriginal Water Reserve for Aboriginal people to use how they see fit and for their own economic benefit.
Thank you. How have they inquired? Is it more they've come to you, or you've gone to?
No. Through
a formal process.
Yeah, through the department. They haven't just come to me.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I wasn't inferring to you, Minister. I was meaning, yeah. So how many have inquired? Did you have a list?
I'll pass to Nerida Beard, Executive Director of Water Resources, to give you a better idea, I guess, of what's been happening through the department to enable and try to support Aboriginal organisations and landholders to take advantage of the Aboriginal Water Reserve.
Nerida Beard, Executive Director, Water Resources. So we are engaging with Aboriginal organisations, as the Minister referred. We're also working with a couple of Aboriginal organisations to create promotional videos on how they've already benefited from water-related developments. So even though there haven't been applications yet to the Aboriginal Water Reserve, there are water licences in Aboriginal hands just through the standard process. And so we're working with those organisations to promote what are the benefits that they've gained from that, in the hope that that will encourage others to understand the opportunity that might be available. I could say that we've had more than 5 inquiries and less than 10, and every one of those we follow up and discuss with those potential applicants. We've also made available an application pack on our website, and we've spent a significant amount of time engaging with Aboriginal organisations, including land councils and regional organisations, into understanding the application process.
Thank you. Through the Chair and Minister, so if there's been no water allocated or used, what barriers still remain, for government, and what are you doing to ensure that people get economic benefits as it was promised through that?
Absolutely, Member for Daly. It's a good question. We are continuing to work with those Aboriginal organisations and landowners, because it is tied to land. That's really important in the Northern Territory, to enable it to occur. So the examples for which I've been given through the department is that there may be a landowner, an Aboriginal organisation, which is entitled to water under the Aboriginal Water Reserve, and a mango farm nearby that can no longer apply for any additional water to grow their farm, because under the water allocation plan, the water's all expended. But there's water there under the Aboriginal Water Reserve, and if the local Aboriginal people sought to trade that water, they could gain an economic benefit. It's really important. They have to be in the same area and accessing the same aquifer, but it relates to land. And these are things that, again, I think as people become more aware about what's available and what the options are to them, it will just make sense. So we're trying all the time to remove any barriers. I've made legislative change, and now it's really about getting out there as the Director of Water Resources has stated, and really informing people what the opportunities are and then helping them to realise them.
Thank you, Member for Daly. Any other questions on output 4.2? Sorry, my microphone just went off. because I pressed it. That concludes consideration of output 4.2. We will now move on to consider output 4.3, land resources. Are there any questions?
There are.
Member
Minister.
for Daly?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Minister, I'll just move on to buffalo grass. My understanding for the 2026-2027 budget to implement the buffalo grass weed management plan, there's been $750,000 allocated to that. Is that correct?
That is correct, Member for Daly. $750,000 per annum.
Thank you, Minister. So just on that, or moving aside for a bit, Minister, have you approved any permits for the use, trade, sale and planting of buffalo grass?
Yeah. Just to confirm, Member for Daly, you're asking about the permits that have been...
Industry-wide.
Oh, industry-wide.
Yeah.
So the pastoral estate, as was stated previously, has an exemption, has a permit. And then there's been one formal permit to import buffalo seed. That's it, since declaration, one.
And who would that be to?
It's, I won't be going into specifics, there's been one in the Alice Springs area.
Okay, so you have stated you've approved a permit for the importation of buffalo grass seed into the Northern Territory. One.
Yep.
Yeah, but you won't say who to or who for.
I don't think that's fair to single out individuals. We know who it is, the department knows who it is.
Who's
and
we?
There's been one.
Who's we?
The department.
Okay, but it won't be made public? Will it be made public in any reporting, upcoming reporting period?
No. It's the same in regard to any permit. You don't necessarily discuss each individual permit and each individual permit holder, but the whole reason for this is that there is a process in place. And I think this is something that people were saying there'd be hundreds of permits, hundreds of applications. That simply has not been the case. There's been one since implementation of the plan, and that is it. One permit has been issued in regards to importation.
But it could open it up for more.
That's why the permit system's in place. So if that changes, next year I'll be saying there'll be more. Right now, there's been one.
Okay. I suppose we're trying to understand, in terms of the management of buffalo grass around Alice Springs in Central Australia. So it's, buffalo grass doesn't just stay within fence lines, it spreads across. So,
and this goes to the very point of the weed management plan, and this is where I would love to take the time to explain. On pastoral properties, buffalo grass is managed through grazing of that buffalo grass. And that's something that obviously doesn't happen in towns, in city centres, in national parks. And where we're seeing the greatest impact is in towns like Alice Springs, like in the West Macdonald National Park, where we are trying to get out there, we're trying to engage and do as much as we can with the resources that we have. And I'm also going to the federal government to seek further resources to deal with buffalo grass. And I think that's really important because we've declared it a weed, we're managing it appropriately, and we're working with landholders to try to reduce its impacts on our communities. That's the important part of this plan.
Thank you, Minister. So you've just stated you've declared buffalo grass as a weed, but then you've also stated that you're able to import it in for pastoralists. So to be able to grow across the Northern Territory, to have the ability to still access buffalo grass seed with no limitations.
No, that's not correct. And this was the case under the former Labor government. They declared it a weed and you could still import it, you could still spread it, and there was no permit system. That's the reality of what was occurring. And through this department and through our government, we've done the heavy lifting and the hard work to ensure that there is a plan in place so that we're working with all the necessary landholders to acknowledge their responsibilities under the plan and to start to deal with buffel grass, because it has not been managed appropriately over a very long period of time. The buffel grass weed management plan is the first step in starting to deal with this. Just like gamba grass has had to be dealt with up here in the top end, buffel grass will now begin to be managed, and I look forward to hopefully receiving additional funding and resourcing from the federal government, just like they fund gamba grass management up here in the top end. In Central Australia, we will require additional resources to deal with buffel grass.
Thanks, Minister. But you must recognise that buffel grass is causing significant and harmful impacts across huge areas of Central Australia and the Barkly region. I mean, as recently as we saw the 2024 bushfires in the Barkly region. But you would recognise that it's having a huge impact on their environment?
Not only do I recognise the impacts, they're written in the plan. Yeah. It is important, yeah, anyway.
Thank you, Minister. So, Minister, do you concede that buffel grass is having a significant and negative impact to the tourism industry in Central Australia, in the Macdonald Ranges, Uluru, Catajoula and Wataka?
What I will acknowledge, Madam Chair, is that for a long time, under 8 years of Labor, nothing was done to address buffel grass. And under our government, under our stewardship, we've implemented a buffel grass management plan. There's $750,000 annually ongoing to address its impacts, and we are now working with the federal government to see what additional resources we can gather so that we can further address the impacts that buffel grass has on our communities.
Thank you, Minister. Great speech, but I don't think that's going to be done through the sale and planting of more buffel grass. I think we can all recognise that. And Minister,
well, then why didn't the Labor government do anything when they were in power?
I do have a question. So, Chair, do you also acknowledge that the buffel grass is a major threat to the Larapinta Trail?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think what's important is that the buffel team in Alice Springs, and I've met Max, Amber, and Tamara. I want to thank them all for their important work that they have in and around Alice Springs. And they work closely with parks to manage buffel along that Larapinta Trail. Because absolutely, I've run the West Max Monster. I hear and see it when I travel out into the West Max, and that's why we need the additional resources from the federal government so we can begin to deal with the impacts that it has on some of those strategic, and I'm trying to think of the words that are used in the plan. Priority places. Thank you very much, Maria, because that's what the plan sets out. We're going to focus on these priority areas, address the impact that it's being had, and pour our resources into it. Obviously, like with everything in the Northern Territory, we only have a finite amount of resources, and hopefully through additional assistance from the federal government, we will be able to pour more and more into it and start to reduce the impacts that we've seen in areas like the Larapinta Trail.
Okay, are there any other questions around 4.3 land resources? Member for Johnston.
Yeah, this is a question for the member for Mallorca. Under this output, I think it goes here. On behalf of the member for Mallorca, Minister, in 2025, the CLP government ended its support for the Aboriginal Ranger program by scrapping $12 million promised funding for grants. Has support been renewed in this budget for ranger programs? If not, why has the government determined that these grants are no longer necessary, and how is the government supporting ranger programs?
Thank you, Member for Johnson, and thank you to the Member for Mulca for the question. Completely understand people's frustration, As a government, we were frustrated when we came into government and there was no money allocated for ranger grants. That's the reality. When you're in government, there's only so much money. There was no money allocated in future budgets by the previous government for ranger grants. That was the reality of the situation. It's really important that people understand the positions for rangers out in these areas is supported through the federal government. What the previous grants that the NT government provided were for specific programs, and every second year for vehicles, so for your cars and your boats and all the rest of it. To my knowledge, and I keep seeing notices and all the rest of it, Aboriginal rangers continue to operate in areas throughout the Northern Territory, and there are, I just want to... In addition to what I've just spoken about, since 2021, the department, that's the Departments of Lands, Planning and Environment, has also managed the IMPEX-funded Coastal Management Grants Program, which provides grants for Aboriginal sea country management. This program will continue until 2043.
Thank you, Minister. So I just note you said there was no money for that $12 million, but you had a whole budget. You decided that there wouldn't be that $12 million spent on the Ranger program.
No, I think it's really important to highlight what happened when we came into government, Member for Johnson, because it's not been clearly articulated, I don't believe. There were a number of cliff funding arrangements in place. Now, that was in place so that the previous government didn't look like they were going to tip over that $15 billion in debt. When you get into government and there is no money allocated for future programs, it's a very you cannot just pull money from nowhere. That is the reality of the situation we found ourselves in. There are a lot of hard decisions that had to be made. This was discussed previously. It relates to a previous financial year. And like I said, the Aboriginal Ranger groups, all my information is the positions continue on, federally funded. It was purely those grants in regards to programs and to vehicles that ceased.
But sorry, Minister, that's how election commitments work. They were both commitments as part of the Aboriginal Ranger grants from both Labor and CLP. So I was out there on the election booths.
Excuse me,
with
Member for Daly.
Well, it goes to the point.
No, just stop for a second. Can you just stop for a second? But you didn't even get the call, Member for Daly. You just started talking without any kind of process or respect through the chair. So I'd ask that you try and do that from here on in, please.
No problem, Chair.
If you would like a question, notify me and I'll give you the call, but you didn't do that. You then started to have a crack at the Minister, and that's not acceptable. So please, if you have a question, ask a question.
I do have a question.
Member for Daly, you have the call. You don't have much leeway, though.
Thank you, Chair. As I stated, they were both election commitments from ALP, the CLP at the time. So I'm still trying to understand why that commitment from yourself. I was out on those election booths hearing the candidate for CLP, Chris Sivatories, tell everyone that there'll be $12 million in Ranger grants. Clearly that was never going to be the case under your government.
The reason why there was no money was because your government spent so frivolously, there was no money that could be allocated. That is the reality, Member for Daly. When you don't manage your spending appropriately, there's no money in the kitty, and that has been explained on many times.
You got plenty of money for jails. You got plenty of money for jails.
Daly, again, we've been in this position before. You know, I won't hesitate to give you a warning, so please control your responses. Are there any other questions on Output 4.3? No further questions. That concludes consideration of Output 4.3 and Output Group 4. I now call for questions on Output Group 5, Mining, Output 5.1, Mining. Are there any questions? No, that concludes consideration of Output Group 5. The committee will now proceed to Output Group 6, Corporate and Shared Services. Output 6.1, Corporate and Governance. Are there any questions? No questions. That concludes consideration of Output 6.1. I will now move on to Output 6.2, Shared Services Received. Are there any questions? No questions. That concludes consideration of output 6.2 and output group 6. That concludes consideration of outputs related to the Department of Lands, Planning and Environment. On behalf of the committee, I thank the agency and officers who assisted the Minister. The committee will now proceed to the Land Development Corporation. Minister, would you like to thank your team?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I do want to thank the Chief Executive Officer, Joanne Townsend, the Deputy Chief Executive, Leah Clifford, and Chief Financial Officer, Desiree, for their assistance today. It's been greatly appreciated, and everyone that's been sitting out the back that supported them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Given that we're changing over and it's close to the midway gap, we'll have a quick 10-minute recess just to get the new team set up. We will return at 8:12. 8:17.
8:17. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome back, everyone. Minister, I invite you to introduce the officials accompanying you and to make an opening statement of no more than 20 minutes regarding the Land Development Corporation. I will give you a 5-minute warning at the 15-minute mark if you make it that far. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Today with me, I have Hannah Barraza, Chief Executive Officer of the Land Development Corporation, and Carly Bay, Chief Financial Officer. The Land Development Corporation plays a critical role in supporting economic growth and development across the Northern Territory. As a government strategic land developer, the Land Development Corporation ensures that land is made available in the right locations at the right time to support industry, investment and population growth. This budget reflects the government's reset of the Land Development Corporation to ensure it remains fit for purpose in a changing development landscape. The reset sharpens LDC, that's the other name known for Land Development Corporation's focus on areas of greatest value, supporting strategic industries, enabling critical infrastructure, and addressing housing and land supply challenges in regional centres. It also clarifies when government intervention is appropriate, ensuring Land Development Corporation complements rather than competes with the private sector. The reset Land Development Corporation will step back from non-strategic activity in mature markets such as Darwin, while increasing its focus on regional development, strategic precincts and priority industries. Upcoming key priorities include complete construction of 11 service lots and headworks for the Marine Industry Precinct 1 as part of the Northern Marine Complex and supporting the Shiplift project. Complete construction of 6 service lots at the Holt's Industrial Estate to deliver on secured commitments with proponents. Continue to support proponents of strategic industries on Land Development Corporation's serviced development-ready land at East Arm, and progress housing deliveries at Kilgariff Estate and Alice Springs. Deliver 84 new residential lots in final delivery phases 3.10 and 3.11 of Zicoli Village with development partner Urbex. These lots will provide additional homes for Territorians under the Territory Government's Generous Grants Program. Divest ownership of the residential infill site in Waratah Crescent, Fanny Bay, facilitating release of the site for development as part of the LDC reset. For the 26-27, Land Development Corporation's estimated financial position includes total revenue of $27.33 million, including $22.79 million from land sales, other revenue of $4.54 million from leases, interest and other sources, and a strong inventory position of $150.32 million and payments of $1.3 million in tax income and $1.52 million in dividends for the 25-26 year. These dividends reflect Land Development Corporation's commercial obligations and competitive neutrality adherence. A net operating deficit before tax of $2.57 million is forecast for 26-27. However, this is expected to improve as a result of commercial transactions not previously forecast. Madam Chair, I welcome any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any questions on the Minister's statement? Member for Nightcliff.
Thank you, Chair. I note we've still got a couple of organisations to come, so I'll try and get through this quickly. Minister, how many lots have been sold as part of Stage 2A at Kilgariff Estate?
Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. In relation to Kilgariff, there have been 24 lots have settled, 2 lots are under contract, and 26 titled lots remain available.
Thank you, Minister. And can you give the same stats for 2B at Kilgariff?
So in regards to Stage 2B, which comprises 36 residential lots, they've been titled, but none have yet sold.
So 36 titled, Minister. Thank you. And can you tell us how many were sold during the reporting period?
for the 25-26 reporting period. 2 have settled and 2 are currently under contract.
So, Minister, given that low number of sales in the reporting period, why was Stage 2B then released?
Thank you, Member for Nightcliff. As previously stated, we want to make sure that there is a good flow of land release into the market. So we've spoken about this earlier in regard to ensuring that there's land available, about the allocated timeframes it takes to bring land to market, and ensuring that there is that constant supply. So through Land Development Corporation, they enable that to happen so that there is a constant supply of land ready to be built on.
So based on those numbers, there'd be about 6 years' worth in 2A alone. What would you say are the biggest blockers to getting more houses built at Kilgariff?
Member for Nightcliff, it's probably picky builders, to be honest, but I won't say that because many of them are very good people that I know in Alice Springs. The reality is that there's a lot of bushwork available around Alice Springs, and as I stated earlier, builders at the moment are prioritising government bushwork over local home builds. I've spoken to many residents that have raised their frustrations with me about their inability to get a builder to build themselves a home, which is why Land Development Corporation are working with local builders to ensure that they can build homes and deliver them for local residents. And that's a really positive thing that Land Development Corporation have sought to do. It means that there will be homes available so that rather than individuals having to go seek out a builder, get a quote and get the home delivered, a builder is able to liaise directly with Land Development Corporation, build the desired amount of homes that are contracted through Land Development Corporation, and then sell them on the open market as essentially spec homes, which are still eligible for the 50,000 first home owners grant.
Minister, have you done any assessment of land for residential or industrial development? And you did touch on this earlier for Alice Springs and Catherine and Tennant Creek. I think we covered off Alice Springs and Tennant Creek, but particularly Catherine, assessments for residential and industrial development that LDC could take up?
So through Crown Lands, there's commercial land available out at Catherine East.
So has that been identified for LDC to play a role?
Yeah. There's a local developer undertaking those works, Member for Nightcliff. Therefore, the role of Land Development Corporation is where a private proponent can come in and do the work and make money. That is obviously our preference. In Alice Springs and in other remote locations like Tennant Creek, to service the land would be commercially unviable. So where there is a failure in the marketplace, Land Development Corporation comes in and services that need.
Thank you, Minister. So in terms of those blockers, you mentioned there potentially picky builders who want to do the remote work, but it's nothing to do with the builds being too expensive?
This is always something that I discuss with builders as well, and I do want to just, obviously, any builder is going to naturally do a job that is going to earn them more money. And I think it's really important that obviously when you're dealing with mums and dads that have a limited amount of resources available to them, it's going to be difficult for them with the increases that we've seen in housing supplies and in building supplies to enable themselves to get that home built. And I've seen this myself when I've been dealing with residents in Alice Springs. If you're building one house at a time, as a builder, you obviously have to, and I spoke about this earlier, make your profit margin on that individual house. If you can build homes through Land Development Corporation through a builder, what we are seeking to achieve there is that through building multiple homes, you're able to bring down the overall cost because you're able to pour on multiple slabs at a time, multiple sets of wall frames, and then drop on multiple sets of roof trusses It reduces the overall cost, which means the builder then can make the same amount of profit but deliver a product for a lesser price, which then enables those mums and dads to be able to afford to get in the market using the homegrown grant. So it's been a really difficult space because I've been speaking to everyone about this. It doesn't matter whether you're talking to conveyancers, mortgage brokers, builders, or those mums and dads. We are doing everything we can to enable those first home buyers to get into the market so that they can have their own slice of the territory.
So, Minister, why are you persisting with selling off these individual lots at Kilgariff if it's not working?
It's not that it's not working. And this was my other frustration that came out of some comments recently in the media. There are organisations that are building homes out at Kilgariff. The fact that the number that the Treasury gave to the committee, I believe, of one homegrown grant being provided in Central Australia highlights the difficulties that some new people have of cracking into that market. But there are homes being built for organisations in Alice Springs. There are homes being built right now, and that's visible for everyone to see that drives past. What we're enabling, or what Land Development Corporation is enabling through their work with local builders, is to bring down the overall cost, bring those homes to market, and therefore deliver a product that people will want. And that's really the test case for Land Development Corporation.
Minister, looking at the Waratah Crescent site that you mentioned briefly there, why did the government choose not to proceed with the proposed development at Sports House?
Very good question, Member for Nightcliff. So in regards to the Waratah Crescent project, as part of the strategic reset for Land Development Corporation, I asked a very simple question of Chief Executive Officer Hannah: could private enterprise deliver this project? And I think the answer was yes, they probably could. So where we can get out of the way and enable a private builder to build that project, they're absolutely able to do that. And we are really focusing in, or Land Development Corporation is really focusing in now on those strategic priorities of government to ensure that they're delivering in those areas where there's been, as I spoke about earlier, market failure, but also delivering strategic priorities for government. So there was an understanding there. Obviously, change of government, change of priorities, that's what's led to that.
So, Minister, what's going to happen with that land now? Is that going to be sold on the open market?
Yes, Member for Nightcliff. That's the plan, to sell that on the open market.
And so how will the public benefit be delivered, noting under its previous zoning it was for public use?
So it's been rezoned for residential use, and there will be an expression of interest to basically garner the appetite for that development.
Right, and will there be any caveats to try and produce some sort of social outcome or affordable housing or anything in that realm?
Yeah, I think it's important to note that that's not really the space that Land Development Corporation are getting out of this space. They're opening up to the market to see what they want to do with that block of land, and that will be up for them to put that forward and go through all the relevant processes as any other developer would have to. So it's really just about putting that land on the market and for a developer to decide what they want to do with it.
Thank you, Minister. No further questions on this.
Are there any other further questions on the opening statement? Member for Blaine?
Hello, Member for Blaine. I'm asking a question for the people of Palmerston and my constituents. So talking about land releases around Kilgariff, do we have plans? Now, I don't want to stray into future policy announcements, but do we have plans for land releases around Palmerston, or are we in the process of planning for land release around Palmerston in addition to, I think, the new suburb of Ash? Can you, how much land, how many lots are we looking at? How long until people can start buying them? Thank you.
I'll pass to the Chief Executive Officer, Hannah Barraza, to answer that question.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you for the question, Member for Blaine. As part of the LDC reset, we've taken on new strategic priorities, and one of those priorities will see us focus that attention in residential regional development, and that will see us step back from residential development in Darwin, and that's based on a really mature market. A number of developments currently underway. I think the Minister touched on them earlier, that Holts Parks is one of them. At this point, we will deliver the final stages of Zakola Village, and that will see the Land Development Corporation exit the Darwin residential market.
Thank you. Any other questions on the Minister's opening statement? Okay. Are there any questions on the Land Development Corporation? No. So this concludes consideration of the Land Development Corporation business line. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank the officers involved who provided advice to the Minister today. The committee will now move on to consider the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority. Minister, did you want to have any closing words before we let them go?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to Hannah and to Carly for coming in today and taking part in this committee process. And the entire Land Development Corporation team.
Thank you. We'll just have maybe 2 minutes for the new team to come in and set up. Now, Protection Authority. Minister, I invite you to introduce the officials accompanying you and to make an open statement of no more than 20 minutes regarding the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority. I'll give you a 5-minute warning at the 15-minute mark.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Committee. I have here today Robert Pocock, the Chief Executive Officer of the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority, Andrew Harvey, the Director of Corporate Services for the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority, and Darren Johnson, Director, Policy and Governance, Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority. Being a statutory authority, I will hand over to Chief Executive Officer Robert Pocock to make an opening statement. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Robert Pocock, Chief Executive Officer, Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. Again, with me today, Andrew Harvey and Darren Johnson. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to make an opening statement this evening. The Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority is an independent statutory authority established under the Northern Territory Aboriginal Sacred Sites Act. The Act seeks to strike an appropriate balance between the protection of sacred sites and development in the Northern Territory, supporting the preservation and enhancement of Aboriginal tradition alongside the economic, cultural and social advancement of the Territory. Through its administration of the Act, the authority works at the early planning stage of land use and development, facilitating consultation with Aboriginal custodians and providing clear conditions to guide development while protecting sacred sites. In the Northern Territory, any person proposing to use or work on land may apply for an authority certificate. Authority certificates serve two key purposes: to ensure the protection of sites in accordance with the wishes of custodians and to provide indemnity to certificate holders from prosecution for damage or interference with sacred sites, provided the work or use covered is undertaken in accordance with their certificate. This process provides certainty for both custodians and proponents, supporting responsible and sustainable development in the Territory. Importantly, authority certificates are the primary mechanism under the Act for protecting sacred sites. During the reporting period, the authority issued authority certificates across a range of sectors, including infrastructure, tourism, mining, and oil and gas projects. This included certificates for the INPEX offshore pipeline and onshore carbon capture and storage interconnecting pipeline, the Alice Springs Golf Club waterbore project, works at Ross Park School in Alice Springs, the Nolans Rare Earth project, and more recently for the MacArthur River Mine Northern Overburden Emplacement Facility. We also issued 28 certificates to Northern Territory government agencies and instrumentalities to guide public works and projects. The authority delivered strong operational outcomes during the reporting period. A total of 93 certificates were issued, representing a 33% increase on the previous year. Annual certificate output is forecast to surpass the previous financial year's total of 94 by 24 certificates. The authority also achieved record revenue during the reporting period. In December 2025, the authority recorded its highest monthly revenue of $1.176 million, exceeding the previous record by $371,000. For the reporting period, total revenue reached $5.255 million, not only setting a new record for the reporting period, but exceeding the previous annual revenue record of $4.482 million by $770,000. Annual revenue is forecast to exceed the previous annual record by $1.73 million. During the reporting period, the authority finalised one prosecution, resulting in the first term of imprisonment imposed for an offence against the Sacred Sites Act. This performance reflects sustained demand for authority certificates and engagement with our processes, driven by significant development activity across the Territory. You will see from BP3 that total expenditure was forecast at $8.376 million for 2025-26 and revised through the mid-year budget review process to $10.309 million. This variance reflects increased operational expenditure related to sacred site clearance requests funded by self-generated revenue. To support delivery of large and complex projects involving high volumes of authority certificate applications across multiple subject land areas, the authority implemented a project-based delivery model. 25-26 was the first full financial year of its operation. Project-specific funding arrangements for the Telstra Intercity Fibre Link, Territory Energy Link, and Kakadu infrastructure projects provided targeted funding to expand operational capacity. This included additional capability across anthropology, project management, and corporate services. This approach ensured that authority certificates could be issued within project timeframes while maintaining the integrity of statutory processes and continuing to service business as usual applications. The model has delivered strong outcomes in response to time-limited demand and demonstrates the capacity of the Act to support both effective protection of sacred sites and significant development activity. Of the 93 certificates issued during the reporting period, 26, almost 30%, were delivered under this model. While effective, the authority is considering how its core structure may need to adapt to support scaling in response to project demand. This is necessary to avoid maintaining a workforce beyond what baseline appropriation and revenue can sustainably support once major projects conclude. This will ensure the authority remains responsive to demand while continuing to meet its statutory responsibilities in a consistent, efficient and sustainable manner. And while I've spoken a lot about output and revenue, I emphasise that authority certificates, which is ultimately what we're talking about here, are fundamentally about the protection of sacred sites. Under the Sacred Sites Act, a person aggrieved by certain decisions of the authority may apply to the Minister for Lands, Planning and the Environment for a review of those decisions. There were no ministerial review applications during the reporting period. Looking forward, in 2026-27, the authority will continue to focus on improving efficiency while maintaining strong protection of sacred sites and supporting broader economic development. This includes commencing a review and refresh of the authority's strategic and business plans, which has been identified as a priority by our board. The authority also expects procurement to replace legacy systems used in the management of sacred site information to be finalised in the third quarter of 2026. In closing, I reaffirm the importance of the authority's role in protecting sacred sites while enabling sustainable development for all Territorians. I thank the board for their work over the past year and acknowledge the leadership of Chairman Mr. Bobby Nongamajabar and Deputy Chair Ms. Lorraine Jones, both of whom were recently reappointed for a further 3-year term. And finally, I'd like to thank the authority's staff for their professionalism, commitment and continued work in upholding the principles of the Sacred Sites Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pocock. Are there any questions on the opening statement? Member for Daly.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the ARPA staff and to Mr. Pocock for your opening statement. Minister, your government has said that you're streamlining development processes. So why have you cut funding to ARPA?
Thank you very much, Member for Daly. I don't believe funding has been cut to ARPA, as Mr. Pocock.
I think by $3 million. You're on 10 million.
Member for Daly, you've asked a question. Wait for the answer, please.
7 mil.
Member for Daly,
26.
you've asked your question. Wait for the answer. He didn't ask for any
Giving him some
clarifying
guidance.
information. He
Just
doesn't
giving
need it.
some guidance. So
He's
it's
getting his
factual.
answer. Member for Daly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member for Daly. So it's really important to understand that the government appropriation that goes towards ARPA for this financial year and the next 3 financial years is forecast to be 3.323 million. So that's how much money the Northern Territory Government provides to the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority. The revenue, which they then generate from ARPA certificates, goes up and down depending on the number of authority certificates that they believe they are forecasting. But like I said, that can go up and down as well.
Member for Daly, do you have further questions?
Sorry, I thought he was continuing on getting more advice. Thank you, Chair. So what exactly have you cut or reduced?
No, thank you, Member for Daly. Thank you, Madam Chair. Haven't cut or reduced anything. The government appropriation that goes to ARPA remains steady, and then the revenue and revised budget forecast that you'll see will all be about the services that are provided. And I'll pass to Mr. Pocock, who can speak about how the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority works with their appropriation and the generation of revenue.
Robert Pocock, CEO, ARPA. So I'm not entirely sure what the question relates to, but it might be the fact that the PP3 figure indicates that the budget in outer years is smaller, and that is, again, reflected through we've got a certain amount that we receive in appropriation, and then we generate funds through the sale of authority certificates and requests for information. That and we've also, in this last financial year, had substantial funding through those major project time-limited funding arrangements that I'd spoken to. And so at this stage, we're expecting that that funding won't be available because the Telstra project, for example, has finalised. DLI is entering a different phase, as is Kakadu. So there's a substantial amount of funding reflected in the current budget that won't be in next financial year. So that might be what you're getting to there. Or if there's a specific figure.
It's those two. You've hit the nail on the head. That's it.
Member for Daly.
Thank you for that. What I can see from the 2025-26 was $10 million allocated, and then it's down to $7.4 million allocated. So I'm just trying to understand those two figures of the total expenses.
Yep, thank you, Member for Daly. Through the Madam Chair, and the variations as stated in the budget papers for 25-26 reflect increased operational expenditure related to sacred site clearances funded by additional self-generated revenue. The decreases in the 26-27 are mostly due to self-generated revenues returning to baseline. So some of what Chief Executive Officer Robert Pocock spoke about in regards to Telstra and other really large projects that they've had. So those fundings returning to baseline and finalisation of time-limited funding for increased sacred site clearance requests from Northern Territory government agencies. So it's been really positive to see to the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Robert Pocock, that when large proponents like Telstra come on board, they actually request almost like an additional team of people to handle the number of ARPA certificates they'll require, because especially when you're putting a fibre optic cable all the way from the south of the territory to the north, you will quite literally need a team of people just working on those authority certificates. So as that project comes to an end, you'll see a reduction in, I guess, not only the total expenses, which is, I think, the figure you're quoting, Member for Daly, total expenses, which go from 10.309 to 7.435.
Thank you, Minister. Moving on, Minister, under the new Sacred Sites Amendments Act, how many authority certificates have been transferred for continuing projects, and if any, which projects?
$11 transfers and 2 recorded parties. I don't know. I'll just check with the CEO. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Member for Daly. I'm trying to assist you, I guess, in your question and be as open as transparent to the committee, because obviously that's what we're all here to do. The advice I've received is that generally you apply online and receive and pay a fee to access authority certificates. No, I'm happy to read that out for you, Member for Daly. So in regards to the transfers, variation of authority certificate to construction of core breeding centre and maturation centre within NT portion 3192 Bino, transfer of authority certificate Project Sea Dragon, installation of telecommunications tower, transfer of authority certificate commercial prawn hatchery on 3820 Gun Road, Kulpinya, transfer Project Sea Dragon on Lagoon Station with NT portion 798 and 3222, transfer Napabi Exploration Works, transfer Molly Hill Jinka Pastoral Lease, transfer and reissue of authority certificate for Union Reefs mine site, transfer of authority certificate and reissue for Catherine Area, transfer of authority certificate and reissue for Cosmo Mine Site, transfer reissue of authority certificate Princess Louisa North Point Mine Site and Exploration Area, and number 11, transfer of authority certificate establishment camp on northern tip of Bremer Island, northeast Arnhem Land. And it is important to note that the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that I read out are awaiting board approval in July.
Thank you.
Member for Daly, we do have a follow-up question. Is that all right?
Can I just ask one more?
One more.
Thank you.
Member for Daly.
And then, yeah, it's very related. Same, yeah. So of those transfers of the authority certificates, were the traditional owners consulted, and were there any disputes for you through that consultation, if there was any?
I'll pass to the Chief Executive Officer, who's probably in a more a better place to speak to the transfers themselves.
Robert Pocock, CEO ARPA. In answer to your question, there is no consultation requirement in respect of transfers under the Act, and so custodians weren't consulted. It's an administrative process. You pay a nominal fee, you fill out a form. As long as the person who holds the certificate applies and approves the transfer to the new party, that's how the application's processed. I think at least in relation to the Bremer Island certificate application, that was a transfer from a corporation owned by the TO group to another entity purchasing that operation. So,
Were they notified?
Well, they were the ones that requested the transfer.
The traditional owners, were they notified of the transfers? I suppose there's a difference between consultation and a notification. So were the traditional owners notified when those transfers occurred?
No.
They weren't at all?
No.
God.
Member for Johnston.
So okay, yes.
Yeah, sorry, follow up on behalf of the member for Mulka. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Pocock. In relation to the transfers that you've just talked about, are you able to say what date the original transfer was issued? The original certificate was issued?
That were issued.
Originally, and so those are the subject of the transfer.
Yeah, okay. So just to confirm, Member for Johnson, you'd like to know the date that the original certificates were issued?
Yeah, I think, if I'm correct, you said there were 11 that were transferred?
11. So I can read out from 1 to 11 the year in which they were issued.
Thank you.
So going in order, which I read out originally, 2019, 2020, 2018, 2017, 2024, 2012, 2009, 2009, 2009, 2009, and 2006. And I think it's really important, speaking to the transfers, in order for someone to receive an authority certificate, obviously traditional owners are consulted when the original certificate is issued. The purpose of the transfer is to enable the new holder of the authority certificate to see where those sacred sites are so that they can be protected.
Thank you, Minister. So are there any criteria used by ARPA to determine whether an existing certificate remains fit for purpose for a new development when that certificate's transferred? On behalf of the member for Mulka.
I'll hand over to Mr. Pocock.
Robert Pocock, CEO ARPA. In short, no. It's an application from the original holder of the certificate saying that they would like to transfer the certificate to a new party. It's those parties that have to make that assessment and whether they think they can rely on the certificate as originally issued for either the same project or use, or if it's a new project or use or related project or use, whether it's covered. We would probably, well, not probably, I think if we receive that application, the staff would flag that it's an older certificate, and that's something that people should consider when making the application. Is it going to be fit for purpose? But again, it's an assessment by the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Pocock, through the Minister. So just so I understand, the process is that if I have a certificate, if I did have a certificate, I could just choose to pass it on to someone else, and that's the process. If the certificate was silent about something that the new development wanted to embark on, what would ARPA then do some kind of assessment process?
Yeah, thank you, Member for Johnson. Through the chair, I'll pass to Robert Pocock.
Robert Pocock, CEO, ARPA. A bit closer. So if there were an aspect of the project that weren't captured by the certificate as originally issued, again, it would be a matter for the party transferring and the incoming party to determine whether or not the certificate is fit for purpose. The risk is that if it's not, and they undertake a work or a use that isn't covered by the original certificate, they risk action by the authority, so enforcement, compliance action.
And that would be that would be after action had been taken or before? In terms of the role of ARPA, at what point would you step in? So, for example, in the situation you just described, it was something outside the original certificate, and would it go ahead and then ARPA would step in, or would ARPA assess that beforehand? So is that clear or not?
I think I know where you're going.
End of a long day.
Yeah, yes, indeed. So essentially, ARPA, if, for example, the certificate was transferred and works or use were undertaken, and a custodian or traditional owner or someone else complained to the authority that they thought works were happening that weren't in accordance with the certificate, we would undertake an investigation and determine whether or not the proponent is complying with the terms of their certificate. If they're not, we would take further compliance steps. If they are complying, then there's no further action for us to take at that stage.
Thank you.
I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. It was for the member for Morka, so yeah. And final question from the member for Morka. Minister, is there currently an investor or developer looking at the Darwin waterfront site opposite the Stokes Hill sacred site, or have all parties, including the government, listened to the TOs who have advised that developing beyond a certain height will desecrate a known Larrakia sacred site?
Thank you very much, Member for Johnson. In regards to that, certainly ARPA and myself as a minister that looks after Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority, that's not something that comes within our remit, is regards to is someone looking at that development. So.
Can I follow on with... Oh, sorry, Chair. Just got a bit excited.
Member for Daly.
Thank you. Just following on from that question from the member for Johnson. So, Minister, who currently holds the ARPA certificate for the Darwin waterfront site where there was a 10-storey hotel proposal to be built?
Who holds the certificate?
Yes. I'll take that on notice.
We can get the information for you, we just don't have it in front of us.
Would you like to? We'll come back to it before we finish up, and then if not, we can take it on notice.
Yeah, that's fine. I suppose the next question was, which kind of leads in from that question, what is now the proposal for this site?
Sorry, Member for Daly, could you just repeat that question?
Oh, thanks, Minister. So, Minister, my follow-on question from that one was going to be, what is now proposed for that site?
So again, what's being proposed for that site doesn't sit under myself or ARPA. In response to your previous question around, I just want to confirm the parties that are registered on that. So in regards to who's registered on that certificate, it'd be Darwin Waterfront Corp, Northern Territory Department of Treasury and SH Hotel Group.
No problem. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Member for Daly.
Yep. So just going on to, thank you, Chair. Sorry. I think, Mr. Pocock, you said in your opening statement there'd been a number of prosecutions. Did I hear that correctly or not? Yep, they had in the last reporting period. So which projects and what was the level of damage?
Thank you, Member for Daly. I'll pass to the CEO, Robert Pocock, to answer that question.
CEO Robert Pocock, ARPA. So there was one finalised prosecution during the reporting period, and I will just pull up that. So that was the matter of the Authority and the Department of Mines and Energy against Scott Smith and Kimberly Smith, and that matter finalised in January 2026. And so on the 28th of January 2026, Miss Kimberly Smith was convicted, sentenced and fined in the Northern Territory Local Court for offences against the Sacred Sites Act and the Mineral Titles Act. The charges against her husband, Mr. Scott Smith, were withdrawn due to serious health issues. The facts of the matter are as follows. In June and August 2022, Miss Smith hired a 25-tonne excavator and arranged for a team to enter the historical Tosca mine on Amaroo Station and remove significant quantities of turquoise without appropriate mining permits or an authority certificate. Those illegal works resulted in substantial damage to a registered sacred site, Putngi. Mrs. Smith then offered the turquoise for sale in Australia, the United States and China. Following a joint prosecution by the Authority and the Department of Mining and Energy, Ms. Smith pled guilty to one count of working on a sacred site, contrary to Section 34 of the Act, 2 counts of breaching an exploration licence, contrary to Section 147 of the Mineral Titles Act. For the breach of Section 34 of the Sacred Sites Act, Ms. Smith was convicted and sentenced to 4 months imprisonment, suspended for 18 months. This is the first time a person has been sentenced to imprisonment for a conviction under the Sacred Sites Act. For the breaches of Section 147 of the Mineral Titles Act, Ms. Smith was fined a total of $28,000. She was also banned from entering the Territory for 18 months.
Thank you, Mr. Pocock. So just following on from that, Minister, what is the damage threshold for deciding whether a matter can be dealt with via an enforceable undertaking or a prosecution?
Thank you very much, Member for Daly. Thank you, Madam Chair. I will pass to the Chief Executive Officer, Robert Pocock, who will talk through the policy that they're developing about that very matter.
Robert Pocock, CEO, ARPA. So with the introduction of the enforceable undertaking provisions, the board requested that we prepare a policy on how the board considers those matters. That policy is nearing finalisation. We're just getting final legal advice on the policy. but essentially in determining whether to prosecute a matter, the authority has regard to the Director of Public Prosecution guidelines, the nature of the offending in terms of the seriousness of the damage, use or entry, the impact it's had on the sacred site, the distress or concern to custodians, and a variety of other matters. I think the important thing to note about enforceable undertakings is that they must be requested. The authority cannot request them from someone who's alleged to have committed an offence. They must request that of the authority. So that's the starting point for discussion about enforceable undertakings. Otherwise, we follow our standard investigation and compliance procedures. We undertake an investigation, consider the matters I just outlined, receive legal advice about the prospects of success of a prosecution, and seek board endorsement of whether to proceed or not.
Thank you, Mr. Pocock. Just going back to the case of the criminal prosecution that you outlined a couple of questions ago for me, was that under the old Act or the current amendment or the current Act?
Thank you, Member for Daly. Through the Chair, I'll let Chief Executive Officer Robert Pocock answer that.
Robert Pocock, CEO, ARPA. Thank you, Member for Daly. For the question, I'm not quite sure what you mean under the old Act. I assume you mean since the amendments took effect in the middle of last year. There was no change to the offence provisions, so they remain as they always have been. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Member for Nightcliff?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to pick up a line of questioning that we had with the Minister earlier about the Heritage Act and the changes that occurred there in the last sittings that removed the designated role for ARPA on the Heritage Council. You might have seen we had a rare outbreak of bipartisanship in the Minister supporting the Labor amendment to reinstate that ex officio role on the Heritage Council. The Minister didn't want to speak for you earlier, which is absolutely fair enough, but keen to understand why ARPA wouldn't want to have a designated spot on the Council.
I'll hand over to you, Chief Executive Officer.
Robert Pocock, CEO, ARPA. Thank you, Member for Nightcliff, for the question. So the authority did not oppose the removal of a designated authority representative from the council, and that's for a number of reasons, and I'll talk you through those now. The Heritage Branch within the Department of Lands, Planning and the Environment is well aware of the authority's statutory role and engages with us regularly. Where sacred sites are relevant to a matter before the Heritage Council, this is typically identified early at the officer level, and the authority's advice is sought and provided in a structured way. This is also embedded into the legislative framework around decision-making for works approvals. In addition, the authority routinely engages through the public consultation processes under the Heritage Act, including when places or objects are nominated for assessment. In practice, we provide advice on the existence of sacred sites and the extent of coverage by authority certificates where relevant. While there is some intersection between our two regimes, it's important to note that the Heritage Act recognises and deals with a much broader range of heritage values than those addressed under the Sacred Sites Act. A place may be both a heritage place and a sacred site, and a heritage object may be located within a sacred site. However, the presence of archaeological material or evidence of past Aboriginal use or modification does not of itself give rise to a sacred site under our Act. The Heritage Council's functions extend well beyond sacred site considerations. including matters such as archaeology, rock art, historic heritage, memorialisation, such as in relation to stolen generations, and places of broader significance to Aboriginal people. The authority's expertise is necessarily focused on the identification, protection and management of sacred sites under our statutory framework, and does not extend across the broader heritage spectrum. In that context, the view is that the council is likely better served through representation that can inform engagement and decision-making across the full range of Aboriginal heritage values, rather than a narrowly defined statutory representation tied to ARPA's specific role. But having said that, that was the agency's view, and we've got an upcoming board meeting. We understand that the minister's committed to reintroducing that representation if that's desired, and so we're going to brief the board on that at the next meeting at the end of July, and come back to the agency, to DLPE, with the board's views on that.
Thank you, CEO.
Thank you. Are there any more questions on the opening statement? Member for Blaine?
Thank you. And first of all, I'd like to welcome Robert Pocock as CEO of ARPA. I know you've fronted estimates quite a number of times before, so congratulations on becoming CEO. I have a quick question. It's more around just to get an idea on the record of how much these certificates cost. Can you indicate in the reporting period the number of certificates issued and the total cost of them, or if you're happy to indicate a range of what a certificate would cost?
Certainly. Thank you very much, Member for Blaine. As outlined in the CEO's opening statement, 93 authority certificates were issued, and it really does depend on the amount of work that the authority has to put into each certificate as to the end cost. I'll pass to the Chief Executive Officer if he has any further information on, I guess, the costs of authority certificates. And in very few cases, if the organisation, say, was a not-for-profit, a sporting club, and was really struggling to pay that, they can actually apply to the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority to waiver some of those fees. I'll pass over to the CEO to answer that in further detail.
Robert Pocock, CEO, ARPA. Thank you, Member for Blaine, for the question. It's a bit of a how long's a piece of string kind of answer, but essentially it depends on the amount of work that's required to be put into the certificate by the authority. So we operate on a full cost recovery model. They can range from, $30,000 to $200,000 depending on complexity, location. So the costs we seek to recover are like accommodation costs, the costs of travel, getting to the locations, usually remote, with multiple custodians, so traditional owners, native title holders, to be able to clear an area of subject land. So, and obviously maybe not obviously, but the number of custodians that may be required will depend on how large the subject land is, how many sites our database indicates are there that we know about, and whether there's more. So it's complex. It depends on a number of factors, and there are specific costs that we recover, specific costs that we're required to cover under the Sacred Sites regulations. But my Director of Corporate Services has just handed me a note indicating that in the reporting period, the average cost was $60,000.
Awesome, thank you. And it's good to hear that if there's a sporting club or not-for-profit, that they can apply to have reduced fees or fees waived. What was that?
Yes, no, that's correct. So we do have a policy on that, and it does obviously depend on the financial position of the authority at the time the request is made. This year's been a very good year, and so there's been more scope to provide fee waivers. So we provide fee waivers to Aboriginal organisations, businesses that might be small operators that are struggling financially. They can request that we waive all or part of the fees. but that's a request that we consider after we've done the work and issued an invoice.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on the opening statement?
I think we've got just enough time for DCDD, if we could.
I'll go through my process, thank you. I might just try and group them together.
Yeah, that's fine.
Are there any questions for any of the output groups that anybody can let me know about? No. Okay, that concludes consideration of all output groups and concludes consideration of output groups relating to the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank the agency officers who provided advice today. The committee will now consider outputs relating to the Department of Corporate and Digital Development.
Thank you very
Minister, would
much,
you like
Madam
to
Chair, and
make
thank you very much to the representatives from the Aboriginal Areas Protection Authority for coming today to inform the committee.
Hear, hear.
Thank you. Just do a quick changeover. Guys, I know we're still moving around a little bit, but we'll get started. Welcome to the Department of Corporate and Digital Development. Apologies it's so late. I invite you as the Minister of Corporate and Digital Development to introduce the officials accompanying you and to make an opening statement of no more than 20 minutes regarding the Department of Corporate and Digital Development. I'll give you a 5-minute warning at the 15-minute mark. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I could,
Joining me
Chair,
at
on
the
a point of
table
order.
today, I have
Excuse me,
Miss...
Minister, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Member for Nightcliff.
I'd seek leave from the committee to see if we could table the opening statement. I've only got 6 questions and we've got about 10 minutes. On indulgence from the Minister.
I think the process is that I'm able to give an opening statement, and I'd like to, Madam Chair, if it's all right with you.
Thank you. Sorry,
Thank
Member
you.
for Nightcliff. It's
Doesn't want to
overturned.
answer the questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joining me at the table today, I have Miss Catherine Webber, PSM, Chief Executive, Department of Corporate and Digital Development, Miss Lisa Watson, Deputy Chief Executive, Corporate Services, Mr Greg Connors, Deputy Chief Executive, Digital Services, and Miss Vicky Highland, Chief Operating Officer. Other officials may join us this evening as we work through the outputs. The Department of Corporate and Digital Development, also known as DCDD, plays a critical role in supporting agencies with specialised corporate and digital services. It has offices in Darwin, Alice Springs and Katherine. From essential transactions to expert advice and tools, DCDD keeps government running smoothly and efficiently. Through digestion, automation and responsible use of emerging technology, DCDD supports agencies to deliver frontline services and improve outcomes for Territorians. The work of DCDD directly supports the government's 3 key strategic pillars to reduce crime, rebuild the economy and restore our unique territory lifestyle. By strengthening the systems, workforce and technical infrastructure that underpin service delivery, the scale and scope of DCDD's work is significant. Over the reporting period to March 31st, 2026, DCDD has processed more than 1.2 million payroll transactions, supporting more than 26,000 employees and ensuring timely and accurate payment of $2.9 billion in salaries and entitlements. Managed a Northern Territory government fleet of more than 3,600 vehicles and assets, including 140 electric vehicles as part of a gradual transition to more efficient and lower emissions vehicles. Facilitated a significant number of public tenders and quotations, with 295 tenders resulting in 1,568 responses and award value of $1.54 billion, with 72% of those contracts awarded to Territory enterprises. They've administered 31 across-government contracts with 277 contractors, 90% of which are Territory businesses backing our locals. Managed 39 ICT service contracts valued at almost $115 million, supporting digital service delivery across government. Handled more than 1,700 Freedom of Information applications with agencies, maintaining a high rate of compliance with statutory timeframes. Managed 40 million business records in the Territory Records Management System and supported early career pathways across government, assessing 2,100 applications resulting in 385 participants engaged across 8 programs in 2026, including the graduate traineeship, vocation employment and Aboriginal employment programs to build the future public sector workforce. Provided more than 750 online and face-to-face courses and coordinated more than 30,000 training completions across the public sector. Processed and paid 389,000 invoices to industry on behalf of agencies and managed 166 property leases totalling approximately 237,000 square metres across the Territory. The department's blocked 53 million spam emails over the past 12 months, protecting government systems, and that's really important. Supported 104 whole-of-government corporate systems that underpin operations across agencies, maintaining availability at around 99%. They've increased online services available through the Territory Services Portal to 140 services. Maintained 137 government websites, including 4,550 web pages, and resolved more than 17,000 web service requests, ensuring Territorians have reliable access to government information. These services form the backbone of government operations and enable agencies to deliver essential services to the community. DCDD also plays a key role in supporting government integrity and compliance through the Fines Recovery Unit, also known as the FRU. The Territory has achieved an 86% clearance rate of fines and penalties, exceeding the annual target and recovering $17.6 million to date this financial year. In addition to this, DCDD continues to take important steps to modernise and streamline the FRU function. Following our legislative changes in 2024 to recommence and streamline enforcement, the FRU has upgraded its systems to email notices where a valid address is available, with postal delivery as a fallback. The digital systems also support community safety and reducing crime, such as Banned Drinker Register, which has recorded more than 54 million scans, with more than 140,000 refused alcohol sales, supporting alcohol harm reduction across the Territory. Work is underway to integrate this system with the digital driver's licence. Beyond core services, DCDD leads key whole-of-government digital and connectivity initiatives through co-investment programs with industry and the Commonwealth. New and improved telecommunication services have been delivered through the $28 million remote telecommunications co-investment program with Telstra across remote communities including Avon Downs, Yindamoo, Willora and Warrymiunga. The $5.8 million remote small cells program has seen connectivity extended to 12 additional remote communities and homelands including Emu Point and Warraway. Thanks to this co-investment, programs between our government and Telstra, these 12 remote communities and homelands now have access to mobile phone coverage for the first time ever. We have delivered a new mobile service at Canteen Creek, also in partnership with Telstra, fulfilling an election commitment of our government. DCDD continues to advocate strongly for improved telecommunications outcomes, including through national forums such as the Data and Digital Ministers meeting, which I've attended, where the Territory has successfully progressed national attention on digital inclusion and access to free-to-air television services for those living in some of our most remote communities. I continue my strong advocacy for the Northern Territory at these important meetings. Connectivity improvements are also being delivered for schools through the Schools Connectivity Uplift program. Our government is also investing $4 million ongoing into the Schools Connectivity Uplift program to deliver high-speed internet to schools, including those in some of the NT's smallest and most remote communities. Our government is also supporting digital inclusion through community Wi-Fi with $11.6 million in Commonwealth funding secured, and our government contributing $216,000 to support services in 37 remote communities. These initiatives support digital inclusion and help ensure Territorians remain connected regardless of where they live. DCDD is also supporting the safe and responsible use of emerging technologies across government. Through targeted training and guidance, more than 2,000 public sector staff are now using secure artificial intelligence tools to improve productivity while maintaining appropriate oversight and judgment. The government's broader digital vision is progressing through the Digital Futures Strategy 26 to 28. This strategy sets a clear direction to build digital skills, strengthen the local digital industry, ensure safety and security of data, improve connectivity and expand online services for Territorians. This work contributes directly to supporting local jobs and continues to deliver on our government's commitment to rebuilding the economy. Major transformation programs are underway across government. The Acacia system is now in place in all Territory hospitals and renal clinics, and is progressing to its next phase to digitise clinical documentation. The Education Management Transformation Program is progressing procurement of a modern system to replace legacy platforms and centre information around the student, contributing to better learning outcomes. Across government, DCDD supports a portfolio of 10 major ICT projects under formal government oversight, ensuring risks are actively managed and projects are delivered in line with government priorities. And significant progress is being made to improve our Territorians' access government services. The Territory Services platform now provides access to more than 140 online services, with further expansion underway. A key next step is the delivery of the Territory Services mobile application, which will enable the rollout of a secure, modern digital driver's licence. A pilot of the digital driver's licence is expected to commence later this year, providing Territorians with a more convenient and secure way to prove their identity, including in regional and remote areas where connectivity is limited. This work will make it easier for Territorians to interact with government and supports restoring our Territory lifestyle by reducing red tape and improving access to services. DCDD also supports improved access to government services through physical infrastructure. In Alice Springs, we'll see a consolidation of services from 5 into a single modern service hub. Turning to the 26-27 budget, DCD has a total budget of $449.8 million. This is an increase. The increase is primarily driven by investment in digital and corporate priorities, including $2.8 million to expand electronic rostering to the youth, justice and community corrections workforce within the Department of Corrections, building on existing development with fire and emergency services and police, and eventually expanding the solution to other frontline agencies that operate rosters with shift works. This will improve workforce management for our frontline services that contribute directly to reducing crime. It will also establish functionality of a whole-of-government rostering system integrated into the payroll system, ensuring consistency and greater transparency across government rostering and reducing duplication, inefficiencies, duplications of financial risk. We've also committed $5 million each year ongoing to enhance and modernise the central payroll system and automate processes. DCDD's work program also includes initiatives that strengthen the Territory economy and support local businesses.
Excuse me, Minister. I'm sorry, we are out of time for today. It's 9:30, and this concludes consideration of the Department of Corporate and Digital Development. On behalf of the committee, I would like to personally thank the Minister and the agency staff for appearing before our committee today, and any officers that provided assistance coordinating the briefs. It concludes estimates hearings for today. Hearings will recommence at 9 a.m. tomorrow, Tuesday the 16th of June 2026, with questions for the Minister for Education and Training. Minister, would you like to close?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just do want to thank the department staff who have been waiting outside for a long time today. I really appreciate them being here this afternoon, and thank you very much to the committee and all the supporting agency from DLA for making today happen. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.